Yeah, hello. Welcome to our workshop, Community in the Natural City, hosted by the European Cultural Centre, the ECC, in Palazzo Michiel in Venice. And we are dealing with the issue of the natural city related to aspects of community. The aspect of community has been grossly neglected in modern architecture. The recent discourse focuses on ecology and technology, neglecting cultural heritage and the fact that humans are both natural and cultural animals. As an answer to climate crisis and ecological problems, ecological needs have been considered in recent architectures. Their focus has been mainly technological in emphasizing the technical optimization of the built space, such as making buildings more energy efficient, using new materials, inserting plants into the urban fabric, and so on. These attempts culminated in the ideal of the so-called green city. The key idea behind such attempts is the wish for a natural city, in a way to come back to nature and taking an old ideal imagined dichotomy in our occidental heritage to the dichotomy between nature and culture to make culture and first of all our recent civilized culture and a techno civilization and urban agglomerations to make it more natural again. It is a wish that is deeply embedded in our Occidental cultural heritage, at least, with relations to utopia and to the muse of paradise. The content of our workshop, a natural city for humans, means to consider not just the aspect of ecology, but also of culture, to bring culture into the discussion again and not to focus solely on a technologically perfected green architecture is a main aspect of our workshop. We want to widen the perspective to see the whole picture, not just the eco-technological part of it, which is so strongly favored today. It is not enough to build technologically perfected eco houses. What we do with our cultural heritage, what we do with community and the human beings as humans, and taking the fact that humans are both cultural and communal animals, not just technologically perfected and in the essence eco adapted solitaires, which is the prevalent systemic way of living since modernity. Next to ecology, our workshop wants to address the recent social and economic ecology and not just the biological one. What does it take for a new architecture for these aspects? And what it means to consider the community aspect of architecture again. We will tackle these different topics in a combination of presentations and a discussion whereby the focus is on discussing the issues presented. And the schedule will range from now until approximately 8 o'clock in the evening, as 8 p.m. But let's stay flexible. As it depends on the discussion how we will proceed and which crucial aspects, hopefully, will be lined out. We will start with an introduction from Jateen Lad about a framework. It is not enough to build green, and it is even not enough to include cultural issues. Instead, local communities are to be considered. Therefore, we called it a framework because it lines out the whole scenery we will discuss in the following. Next, we will deal with recent concepts of so-called natural cities in an overview from practice, also with a focus on community. This was intended to be presented by Claire Weisz from WXY Studios, an architectural studio operating also as a kind of think tank and concentrating on the issue of the public space as place. It will be followed by a presentation from China, from Hong Geng, about the aspect of cultural heritage related to community. And then we continue with the major topic of community and architecture, presented by Sam Olshin. And we conclude with new materials for new architectures from Hugo Lobo from Segnea Group, an architectural studio located in Portugal. But it's not about new materials only. It's about a new approach of how to see perhaps also a new kind of aesthetics emerging. This, and then we will conclude with our conclusions, of course. This is the general organization we want to proceed. In terms of time, we introduced short breaks after each topic and each discussion, but it depends on the discussion if we keep these short breaks or not. I can, if you like, I can introduce at a time. So we will start now with Jateen, then we have a discussion at around, after his presentation, at around 2 to 10. We can introduce a short break of 10 minutes, and then we will continue with the concepts of natural cities from Claire Weisz from the WXY studios. We have a larger break from 3:15 to 3:30. Deliberately, we want to keep it short because we have an online conference. And after that, at 3:30, we will continue with Hong Geng with the cultural heritage and community aspects. And and then we will see how far we proceed. As the Sam Olshin, as regards to the breaks and the exact timetable, Sam Olshin will present at 4:40 about community and architecture. And at 6, new materials for new architectures will be presented by Hugo Lobo from Segnea Group. And we will arrive at around 7 to have a final discussion about the conclusions. The discussions will be moderated by Sam Olshin and me. And as mentioned, also the focus is on discussing and not on just presenting materials. Okay, the presenters can introduce themselves and themselves by themselves. No? They can do it much better than I do. Also, what is their background, their profession, and so. And we will record the whole event, and it will also be streamed, the whole event. Me, I'm the director of Ideal Spaces Foundation. This is a charitable foundation concerned with community place and space, also taking into account the history of ideas which led to the respective concepts in architecture and as an architectural expression. Now I would say, let's start with the presentation of Jateen.
Well, Rick, thank you very much for your introduction. And it's 5 a.m. in California, so I hope I'm awake. But good morning to Sam on the East Coast. Good afternoon to those of you in Europe, and good evening to China. I'm an architect. I basically live and work in 3 parts of the world. I'm from England, I'm from Manchester, and I spend equal amounts of time in the UK, India, and the United States. So I'm in California right now, but I'm going to present something that was done about 10 years ago in India. And it's a project which completely changed totally transformative for me as an architect and as a person. I was an architect. I was a senior architect in a very famous design firm in London for many years, designing lifestyles for the rich and famous. And in 2004, I took a career break to write a book, and I went to South India. And I was involved in, I happened to be in South India when the tsunami of 2004 hit. And that is the background of this project, this community project I will present. And it totally changed me as an architect, It changed me as a person, and I'm happy to share it with you today. So let me just share my screen. Are we on full screen? Is that a full screen?
Now it's full screen. Yep.
Yeah, okay, fine. So as I said, we do have a delay given our ropey infrastructure here in Northern California. So the slides may be a few seconds behind, but let me just start. So as I said, I want to present a long-term community project which I designed and built in South India, and it's called the Sharanam Centre for Rural Development. It was commissioned by the local non-profit Sarvam. Now, they just wanted a functional building. As with most clients, a building is a building. But my aim was to try to use architecture to address the conditions facing local communities and create something much more positive and aspirational for them. It's a very multi-dimensional project. So for this workshop, I will focus on the context, the issues, and then show how the design, construction, and the very practice of architecture was completely shaped by local people, local conditions, what I will call the local ecology on the ground. And then if there's time, I'll wrap up by evaluating the project. Right, but first, I'd like to just go back to what Ulrich said in the introduction about the idea of natural cities and green building, and put on the table a central position for this project, and I hope a discussion for us going forward. Now, we all understand the urgency for planning green cities, designing sustainable buildings, and retrofitting existing stock. And in recent years, a green approach has started to become mainstream in practice and industry. And I would like to think it's no longer just about number crunching, but a real change in awareness and consciousness. And although examples of genuine green buildings remain quite rare, there is undeniably a major shift going on, major positive shift. However, in the most populous parts of the world, with the most construction, and the most polluted cities, just read the Guardian's report on Delhi today, there is neither the capacity, concern, or choice. And these examples on the screen could be anywhere in the Indian subcontinent. In fact, there is so much construction going on, this could be any street. It's substandard, carbon intensive, climate inappropriate, couldn't care less about community, culture. It's built by anonymous, poorly paid migrant workers who are expected to live in squalor on the building site. In a nutshell, this reinforces the need to prioritize low carbon construction as an absolute minimum baseline. But as will become evident in the presentation, that's not enough. Culture, communities, local ecology, and how buildings are built are equally important. So where are we based? The project is just outside the city of Pondicherry in South India. So this used to be old French India, but today is culturally part of the state of Tamil Nadu. And this region is a sensory blast. You have lush tropical landscapes, ancient temple cities, and very colorful make-believe politics, all powered by Photoshop. Yes, that is Barack Obama presenting an Oscar to some little counselor. It's completely nuts. I mean, Tamil culture is very, very self-confident and self-assured, and I do recommend a visit. In 2007, our client, Sarvam, commissioned me, and they were working to transform rural communities by running pioneering programs in health, education, poverty alleviation from this hut. And in 2007, they commissioned me to design a new center that would help expand their reach to more local people. Now, when we get a commission overseas, it's always important as architects to understand and respect local context, the local construction industry, and develop possibilities from there. And this brand new engineering college, this is a brand new building, is typical of what local architects, engineers, and developers were building in this area. It's a pretty self-explanatory image. And I would say that our client would have been very happy with a neater version of this. So this is a place where modern architecture is completely irrelevant. So in order to create something more meaningful, I looked at local culture and heritage. And I just love the simplicity of Tamil architecture. If you strip back all the carving and ornamentation, it's essentially a large roof and a raised floor, whether it's classical temples, village houses, or traditional mansions. It's a very scientific response to the hot and humid climate. But it is equally important to critique local heritage and to understand local perceptions. This pair of traditional village houses in the area displays both the constant and a desire for change. Now, for us, that cement roof on the left is very easy to mock. It's clearly inappropriate. But consider the owner's perspective. It's a modern material, it's cheap, it's low maintenance, it does not leak, and there's no spaces for snakes or scorpions. So in its own way, it's very aspirational. But look at the vernacular on the right. That is seriously carbon intensive. It uses lots of palm trees, heavily fired bricks, and heavily fired roof tiles. So we explored these ideas in a lot of depth. And in my opinion, a heritage-led design would have been disastrous, both in terms of local perception, but also for the precedent it would set. So this is what we created. This is Sharanam. It's a 5-acre campus comprising a large multipurpose hall, lots of community facilities, meeting spaces, office buildings, and sustainable infrastructure. It's completely off-grid. And it allows our client to host far more village communities. The design is contemporary, but it's rooted in local cultural values and the soil of the land, quite literally because it's entirely built from the earth of the site with minimal steel, concrete, or glass. So allow me to think it's genuinely low carbon. But in this context, that was not enough. There really is no point designing a green, sustainable building if local people could not sustain themselves. So I deliberately did not appoint a contractor, and instead we built this entirely by ourselves with local people by hand. And in doing so, we were able to address some of the serious local issues on the ground facing local people. So I'll just quickly take you through what these issues are. It's one of the many regions on the front line of climate change, and soon this place will become unlivable. So about 100 years ago, a local poet described the seasons here as hot, hotter, and hottest. So the idea of climate stress is nothing new, but temperatures are unbearably high and the monsoon rains cause incredible flooding. So again, this re-emphasizes the need to decarbonize construction. Let's actually go into the villages, not just impoverished, but chronically underdeveloped and out of sight. Please do not think India is an emerging superpower. This is what it's like. And experts considered these type of villages bottom of the scale in every development metric: income, health, education, housing, sanitation, you name it. The villages look completely smashed up, and the condition of girls and the elderly is callous and appalling. The highest level of alcohol addiction anywhere I have seen in the world. Men of all ages would be inebriated, passed out, a total absence of any energy. 90% of all lower income households in this region have been destroyed by alcohol addiction, domestic abuse, and serious violence. So this is pretty heavy stuff. These are the users of our building. No jobs, just bits of mindless labor here and there for a week or two. Very few people had employable skills, and generational skills were not just declining, but completely lost. So until about the year 2000, every pitched roof in this part of India was covered in these half-round clay tiles, which are climatically and aesthetically perfect. And we found only one guy who had made them 8 years previously. We drove around for 2 days, going from village to village to village, and found one man who could still make it. And whatever jobs were available was what we call casual labor in the local construction industry. There are no rights whatsoever, no workers' rights at all. Instead, there's an open exploitation of land, resources, and people, and even slavery across the supply chain. So as architects, when you specify building materials which come from India, you need to make sure slavery is not in your supply chain. So I've got into a lot of trouble in the UK for raising this point. Environmentally, things are absolutely apocalyptic. This is a composite image of the landscape right next to our site, where fertile, hundreds and acres of fertile village farmland has been destroyed by illegal quarrying. So ecologically, this is dead. Now, I'm just touching the surface of the local ecology, the social, economic, and environmental conditions. So again, designing a sustainable building was not enough if local people could not sustain themselves. So in order for any new building to make a difference, to be engaging, to be more relevant locally, it was necessary to try and address some of these issues through the making of our building. And I felt if we made even a 1% difference, it would be worthwhile. Now, I've always felt how to do this. I mean, even better than involving local people in design is to involve them in constructing their buildings. So the whole of Sharanam, from top to bottom, was built by employing local people and personally training them in new precision skills on the job, step by step. No prior experience was necessary. Working hours were 9 to 5, then everybody goes home. Nobody lives on a building site. No volunteering, but full pay for everybody. And everybody had to learn at least one new skill. Those were the rules. And what this meant was the construction budget did not just cover the cost of building the building, but also was an indirect investment into local communities. So the aim really was to create an ethical and socially empowering building site. And this requires a completely different type of practice. And I soon realized this. It had to be much more hands-on, much more holistic. We had to make the building as well as design it. And like a lot of community buildings, it had to be created out of nothing. This is our toolkit, our main toolkit. And there was only electricity for a couple of hours a day at best. So let me show you how we worked and what we created collectively. So the first move was to heal and revive the damaged landscape. And over 1,600 trees were planted. Traditional drip irrigation was revived with local people. And this immediately starts to restore biodiversity, and it starts to bring the land back to life. And today, it's a lush tropical garden, but it was in an appalling state at the beginning. And I feel reviving a landscape is an integral experience of creating and experiencing a community space. So here the entrance passes through the new plantation groves, gardens, and leads to the main entrance, which was designed around these revived palm trees. And there's a large community amphitheatre cut into the natural slope of the site. So we have local people, but also the most local of materials. All the buildings are built from the red soil of the site. So we are not making a hole in somebody else's land. So from that pit, we made all these buildings and got an irrigation reservoir in the process. And we manufactured over 250,000 compressed earth blocks of 9 different sizes using only 5% cement. So the technical stuff I can explain later on if anyone is interested. Now, for this initial stage, we employed over 50 unemployed young men and women and guided them step by step in the whole sequence of work. It was labor intensive deliberately because it guaranteed employment and income. And the work was slow going, but it was done with great care and precision. And compared to normal fired bricks, these are precise, stronger, and cheaper, but also non-polluting because they are not fired. They gain strength by being wet cured under the hot sun. So there's no trashing of the environment, and local people earned a proper living by learning a clean new skill together. And afterwards, a group of these guys set up a manufacturing plant to supply it for my other projects. And then the building, rammed earth foundations built with the community. It's such a sustainable alternative to reinforced concrete where possible. I mean, these are rock hard foundations. Now, there were a few local masons, but all the substandard construction in the region had de-skilled an entire generation. They only knew how to use a trowel. So we built 5 or 6 different teams for different components of the building, and through close supervision, demonstrations, and simple coded drawings, which I can show you later, they were trained step by step in proper masonry. So how to mix and lay mortar, bed bricks, tolerance, setting up guides, plumb lines, bonding, pointing, the whole works. It was slow going, but the dimensions were spot on. So these are the main piers under construction on the right-hand side. And when finished, they evoke or try to evoke the traditional Tamil temple, but they also funnel coastal breezes into the building. So a total of over 300 local people were employed here. Half had no skills and limited literacy. On the left with the flowers is Ilango, and he was initially employed as our security guard. But he learned block making, rammed earth, simple masonry, and was in charge of all the irrigation. On the right-hand side is Mani, who from scratch very quickly became multi-skilled and eventually my right-hand man on the construction site. And in the background in the white shirt is Bhakta, who had once worked in a plumbing company, but it was his calm demeanor, attention to detail and perfection, and he became the head mason. Now, for local communities, why should they work here? I mean, they can just sit around and drink if they want. But an incredible incentive was the payment system. And the unique thing on this project was local people set their own rates of pay. There was nothing outlandish. They just asked for normal commercial rates. And every Saturday, distributing cash wages became a positive ritual. The workers would clean the tools, change clothes, and each individual signed their name on this same chart and received their full pay in cash in hand. No middlemen, no deductions, no percentages taken off. As they said, no cheating. It was totally transparent. And many people learned to write their names for the very first time. And I quickly observed that receiving your due wage was visibly empowering. It created self-confidence. And many of these workers photographed their week's work on their small mobile phones at the end of the week. So forget all the design and all the drawings. That simple spreadsheet was the most important piece of design because it built up trust, which is so critical when you work directly with local communities. And in fact, I would say the entire construction was underlined by trust between the client, myself, the architect, and all the workers, creating a very different site culture to the usual adversarial building site. And with trust, you can take risks. You can be innovative, experiment, push boundaries. So this complex reinforcement work is basically precision engineering with basic tools. And on the right-hand side, we're using a simple water pipe to make a 3 mm camber at the midpoint of the steel ties to counter the lateral thrust. So it's just hands-on precision technical building with local people and a water pipe. And masonry was taken to another level with building large vaults with no formwork. They are self-supporting. They span 9.5 meters and are only 9 centimeters thick at the center. And the profile is optimized to build the strongest possible structure with the least amount of material. It's another level of sustainable design. But again, it's local masons trained in precision construction and engineering on the job, step by step. And the results are impressive. Now, I did not want to just create a bland, sustainable building, but wanted to express the deeper qualities through architecture, the qualities which I thought were missing. And in particular, a sense of dignity and respect, which is very important when we work with vulnerable communities. I sense there was a need for scale, power, atmosphere, sense of openness, lightness, and to create a sense of shelter and refuge, which incidentally is what Sharanam means. It means shelter and refuge. And when there's a certain quality of light, there's an almost transcendental quality to the space under the vault, which I had not foreseen. So there's a lot of emotion in this building, which is why I suppose it's what makes it humane. So the main hall is a very simple multi-use space. It's carefully dimensioned for conversations, meetings, community workshops, and large community performances. And it's defined by a massive granite plinth, which is a vernacular element, which creates a sense of cultural familiarity and also comfort. Primary materials are earth and local black granite, which just step down into the main hall, again, very much like a Tamil temple. And it creates a threshold between inner and outer, clean and unclean spaces, when and where to remove footwear. And those kind of cultural sensitivities were very important and designed right across the building. Now, my general approach to building directly with local people is I know something and they know something. And learning works both ways. I get a real schooling in what is possible in terms of detailing, and their workmanship is taken to another level. So for example, Mustafa and his friends here, they were laying stone flooring in those crummy apartments I showed at the beginning. But here they learned three-dimensional stone installation on a massive scale. And there's no grout in between 450 slabs of stone. It's what we started to call paper joints. And here he's working out the construction of the internal ponds and waterfall, which once finished, help create a sense of well-being and tranquility. And it's very, very beautifully done. And the entire building is integrated with the maturing landscape. You know, the spaces just merge into the landscape all around. Now, an important aspect of creating community buildings is to balance large gathering spaces with more intimate spaces for individuals, small groups, and privacy. I come from a community. Believe me, communities are very repressive. So you need these small spaces. So right across the building are many niches, verandas, and small courtyards, which make a very, very playful building. There's lots of different types of spaces as you move through the building and peek around a corner. And it was in these small spaces that experimental finishing techniques were tried and tested. So traditional lime plastering involving eggshells was revived. It was very important. And there was lots of experimentation with new types of plaster using earth, reflective finishes, cool to touch finishes. And we ended up creating lots of large plaster murals in many important spaces. Mr. Pullany here on the left, he had experience of precasting, and these half-round channels formed a very thin, cost-effective roofing system for the office buildings. And the results look way better than anything coming out of a UK factory. And again, the local carpenter and his team, this is Mr. Ilango, was experienced in making beds and cabinets, which used to be given as wedding gifts. And he'd never attempted anything like this, work of this scale. And he was guided section by section for every door and window. And that page from my site notebook is an example of the step-by-step details that had to be communicated for all the trades. So it's a different level of working. And all the finishes, something which is really difficult to achieve, even in high-end luxury projects in India. Here, the workmanship is really outstanding because it's all done with care and people have been given a chance. And there's lots and lots of other examples. And again, a critique of local cultural practices is necessary to improve conditions. So for example, we had co-design sessions for the kitchen and the toilets, the toilet block, which culturally are treated as dark, dingy, back of house areas. In this part of the world, you do not design kitchens and toilets. But here, both were designed as spacious buildings flooded with natural light and fresh air and the same quality and good plumbing. And to this day, 10 years after completion, both are treated with respect and remain spotlessly clean. And we operated a zero waste site as far as possible. So the toilet block on the right was entirely built from leftover materials, and even the pebbles sieved out of the earth at the beginning were hand laid as a flooring finish at the end. So that's a quick overview of the collective community building process and the level of quality achieved. In terms of creating an architecture for local communities, the buildings are simple. Most of the spaces are not prescribed. It's more a framework of flexible multi-use spaces of different scales. And this makes the design suitable for changing needs. In terms of materiality, it's conceived as a setting in the landscape. It's a background that comes to life when people with their colorful clothing just move through it. So for the final few slides, I just want to quickly share an evaluation of the building as I see it today. Going back to the client, from Sharanam, Sarvam have gradually increased the reach of their development programs to now almost 50 local communities. They had 2 at the beginning, now it's 50. So that's 150,000 people, local people, have access to this new facility. And this has resulted in visible improvements in health, education, economy, alcohol addiction, and the empowerment of women. Again, something completely unforeseen, that the quality of the building attracts a broader usage. Colleges, special needs schools, government agencies, and even corporate companies share this space. And this removal of spatial inequalities is extremely rare in a status conscious and hierarchy conscious society like India. We just don't. people don't come together like this in one space. Okay, for the architects, project delivery. This bottom-up community approach did take longer. It's experimental and there's no project team. It's me, one architect, and 300 local workers. But the total cost was 50% less than standard concrete buildings in the region. So this really disproves the usual excuse for poor buildings, that good design costs money. And one day the long-term social, economic, and environmental value can be measured and monetized. Over 50% of the building cost was directly invested into local people through wages, and 300 local people were employed. Most were upskilled, and this investment set them up to improve their own long-term livelihoods. And we know since completion, we know previously unskilled workers are employed as masons, fabricators, stoneworkers. They are employable tradesmen. Many have gone to technical college. Some of the masons have even become decent contractors, and the more skilled workers have been taking lucrative professional contracts in the city. This is brilliant. Quite a few have even got the confidence to build and to design and build their own small sustainable community projects in the area. There's a whole series of community radio stations on the right-hand side. In the top corner is a biological waste treatment plant, bigger than what I designed. And Money in the bottom corner has designed his own rainwater installations. It's just brilliant. All of which improves the ecology of the community, but from within. So I'd like to end with this photograph. In 2019, I went back to Sharanam for the first time, 5 years after completion. And I was blown away by what I saw. 14 local people who worked on the construction formed the full-time management and maintenance team. They run the campus today, the full campus. It's quite a smart move. They have the technical knowledge to not just maintain the building, but to enhance it and keep the ethos of the project alive. But more importantly, they developed something much more than pride, but a real deep bond with the place, and a sort of an emotional sense of ownership and belonging. In fact, it's a sort of a meaningful identity with a transformative place that they built with their own hands. So I think, just summing up, I think architecture for communities is ultimately about stirring those feelings and emotions. It's about creating a transformative place for everybody, and also strengthening identities and creating a collective sense of belonging. So I'm going to stop there. I hope I have not overshot my time, but that just gives you, that's a very quick overview of a big project. There's 7 or 8 buildings here, and I've presented 3 or 4 of them. So I'm happy to, take part in any discussion, and I hope that was interesting.
Yeah, Jateen, many thanks for your indeed very interesting presentation, because it combines different aspects normally addressed as separate aspects. So what is the identity generating value of a place, how to involve local people, and really, really interesting. And the most interesting thing is it works. Also for me, the most interesting thing, it works, and it works outside a Western country. Please, let's start with the discussion.
Yes, I mean, I have to say, just to sort of fill in, I had, before designing this building, I spent 1 year researching the local construction industry, almost like an activist in my spare time. And I was, the direction, the whole purpose, and he raised many questions, like what was the role of an architect? If as an architect, you cannot respond to these kind of conditions on the ground, I mean, it was very self-explanatory to address these conditions. And I think without designing a green building by itself was just not going to be enough. It would have made very little difference. The local people had to be involved in huge numbers. I mean, 300 people worked on this building. If you were to go to a contractor, I mean, for a start, no contractor could build this in India. There's no chance. But even if they built a very functional building, the team would be 20, 25 workers, and they would be told to live on the building site and not local workers. They would probably come from Nepal or another part of India. So it's very clear from the beginning, this had to involve mass participation from local communities. That was key. And that really shaped everything. It shaped the design, it shaped the way the practice was done, it shaped the whole process of building and designing. But like I said, it did take time. I think from an architect's point of view, this took 7 years from beginning to end. But it was done for the first time. It was experimental. If I was to do it again, and we have another project which is just starting, I'm confident we can do it in half the time. So this was really experimental, and it worked. Like you said, it really does work.
And the interesting, or one interesting aspect could be, which came into my mind, what if this community approach in its totality, as you described it, would this be possible in Europe or in the United States? So would it be possible in the Western world to follow a comparable approach, at least as regards community involvement?
Okay, so if I put on my professional architect's hat, the answer is you would have to convince. Your role as an architect would be much broader than what we conventionally do. So you would have to convince insurers, the insurance companies, of liability. Now, this project was done with project insurance, whole project insurance. If we can get that type of full coverage in the UK, it's more common in the US. Sam would know better. It is possible, but it's about time. Whenever you do a community project, people want results tomorrow. You've got to have patience to do this. You have to have full buy-in from your client, funding authorities, local authorities. So the main hurdle I see is insurance. So an architect and a contractor can definitely work to a different time scale, train local people like I did on the ground. It can be done. I mean, to give an example, in the UK, to become a mason takes 2 years in a technical college. I don't understand why. I mean, we trained masons in 2 days, and it's slow going. So the first mason, he would lay 80 blocks a day. The second day, he's laying 100, and gradually you build up to 200, 300 blocks a day. So it's a different time. You work to a different scale of time. So I think you can do it, but these are the obstacles. I don't know what the others think.
Okay. Yeah. Do you have questions? For this interesting project? So interesting is a weak expression because it worked and it combines several aspects. What are your impressions and your points?
I wanted to ask a question if I could. We actually did a building in the Dominican Republic, which is very much like building in India, and the Dominican is technically a third world country, and they actually had Haitians do all the construction. It was very similar to what you're talking about, using bamboo for scaffolding. And I asked, what code book are we supposed to follow when we do this work? And they said, there is no code book here. And I said, what's the equivalent of OSHA, the occupational safety? And they said, we don't have anything like that here. People don't wear shoes when they do the work. And so
Exactly.
what kinds of permits did you need, or when authorities came periodically to inspect, did they feel pleased about what they saw? Were there certain rules and regulations that they wanted you to follow? And how did you go about keeping the local authorities happy?
Really good question. So this was located, the project location is outside the city of Pondicherry, and it was on the margins of the state of Tamil Nadu. So it was very much a Wild West area where people were building those kind of crummy colleges and apartments without permits, without any planning permit, not following building code. But I was very clear that we had to comply with everything. So we got 3 levels of planning permit. We got local village panchayat permission approval. We got district planning permit, and we got state level clearance with very, very minimal drawings. The only thing they were interested in was what is the floor area in relation to the site area, and a sketch plan. It was almost like applying for an outline planning permission as we do in the UK. Building codes, I tried to introduce a lot of UK standard codes, but where I thought they would hinder the design or not be needed, for example, handrails all over the place, I didn't put them in. But it did comply with Indian building codes, which is a national building code, which I have to say are the lousiest building codes on earth. I mean, for the population in India and the volume of usage, it's a token effort. And whenever we had inspectors come to the site, they actually were incredibly engaging. Firstly, because they were seeing something that was different, so they learned something, and they were very easy to negotiate any requirements that they had. So, for example, disabled access was something which was introduced by law during the project. And so we have these removable ramps made out of hardwood by our wonderful carpenters. So for the next project that we're working on right now, we are working to a different set, a more evolving set of building codes. But it was very clear that we would comply with everything that we had to. There was no envelopes full of cash under the table. And the other thing about this project is the only project in India that I know where we pay tax on materials and labor. So no developers pay tax. And that comes from the client. The client was very by the book, wanted to really do things differently, and had a very high ethical standards. So that directive is from the client. We also had, just to make things a bit more colorful, we have local mafia in India. Whenever you build a building anywhere in India, the local mafia turn up wanting protection money. No different here. And we just refused to pay. And in fact, we ended up employing many of the mafia's goons on the building site. So again, it all comes from the client. The client was very keen to do things straight. So again, I think if we are to do this in Europe or the US or anywhere, the direction and the standards have to come from the client. There's only so much as an architect that you can influence. And we had a very enlightened client.
Can we say something?
Yeah, please.
Of course, please.
Okay. Hello. First of all, congratulations about your work.
Thank you.
A very beautiful building. And we want to say or try to think about it. What you do in India, because we believe that you you can bring to your home, to your land, something that is very difficult to do is to democratize the access of the architecture, because
Yes.
in some points of the world, there is no knowledge, no people that are enabled to contribute to with the knowledge to the people and to the communities, and you bring that to India. You put your knowledge, you put your everything you know to access to the poor people, to the that don't have nothing. And we think in other, and you talk about cooperation with you and the workers and the community.
Yes. Yes.
And you talk about another thing with the emotion of the building, and we think that it's some kind of that inspire the people to want to do some work, to leave that building and to make other things similar like that. And we think that this is one of the bases of the architecture is inspire.
Yes.
When
Yes.
you can inspire the people, even in India, America, in the Europe, or what else, you can do big things with small acts, with small budgets, and so on. And yeah, congratulations.
Thank you very much for your very kind words. When you raise this point about inspiring is very important. As an architect, I have learned because I have been inspired by other people. I have seen things that other architects, other builders have done. I was inspired by these local people because they had resilience. I mean, in Europe and in the UK, we complain about everything, right? These people never complained. They never complained. And they had because they had so little, they had natural practical skills. So children, for example, would make toys out of rubbish. There's no need to buy PlayStation. They would just take rubbish in the street and make a toy out of it. The way people climb scaffolding, like Sam was saying, with no shoes, no helmet, they have a confidence, they have a dexterity, they have practical skills. They have things which I found absolutely incredible. It was about harnessing that. Like, can we learn from that? And when we worked with, when we found these individuals, 6 or 7 people who had real skill, I learned so many things. I mean, I still remember to this day, they would challenge me, I would challenge them. But we did another project where we tried to inspire modern housing in the villages by building prototypes, not things that they could copy, but almost like a manual. For example, you can still build your mud wall of your house, but maybe you need a new type of roof. So we put a new roof. And that was a very interesting way, letting people make their own decision on what they want. So you act as a reference book, but you do not tell them directly what to do. So that's inspiration. But the inspiration is actually the other way. As the architect, I was inspired by them. This goes back to Ulrich's question of, can we do this in the UK and the US? I see similar qualities in, let's say, low income groups, certainly here where I am in California and in the UK. And people just need to be given a chance. They just need to be given a chance. And as professionals, we have a responsibility to share our knowledge and to collaborate, right? I don't like using the word teaching, but collaborate is a far better way. And I think it's, I always tell, whenever I've had conversations with Ulrich, I've always said that this became like a utopian building site. It's very different to what architects are used to. And that is down to the motivation of local people. So I was very, I really have a lot of respect for these guys, and I'm very happy they are doing well. And they are sort of designing buildings by themselves based on what they learned, but in some cases they do it better.
Got it. Sean, there's a question.
Oh, Sean, hello.
Yeah, maybe. Hi, I've been listening to the presentation, sitting next to Ulrich. It was very interesting. I'm just questioning myself, how did you find these people? Did you just put out some kind of announcement and they just came to you? Or maybe you can explain something about the process, finding the people building on the construction site?
Okay, so really good question. So the very first person I hired was a gentleman who lived in that area, and he went around the villages, and there are 200-300 villages in this area. And he went around on his motorbike saying, we are building a building, offering employment and full rates of pay. And he turned up the next day with 50 people.
Okay.
So we had somebody who would go into the villages to begin with. And then as news spread, people would come to the gates of the building site asking if they could have a job. So everybody who came was motivated.
It's really it's astounding. But isn't that a kind of a leap into trust? I mean, you didn't know who you would get, and therefore, like, weren't you nervous in some sort of way?
Yeah, completely. I have only ever worked with professional contractors and tradesmen before. I've never worked with unskilled workers, but as I mentioned earlier, people had a practical skill, they had a dexterity, and we started off with very, very simple things, making those bricks in teams, 50 people working in a team, making bricks. Each individual had a specific role. And then we did rammed earth foundations. And then we did we did excavating. So you can very quickly identify who are the leaders, who are the vocal people, who are the ones who are respected, who need more help, how much guidance you need to give them. And so this was supervised every day on the building site. And so I'll tell you one thing, and I'm not making this up. There was no mistakes made on this building site. The only mistake was made by one of my students. And because what you are doing is breaking down the instructions into really basic step-by-step. It's almost like going to IKEA and saying, right, first, dig a hole. Second, make the edges straight. It's just step by step by step by step. And you keep it as simple as possible, and you physically show them how to do it, and you teach them on the spot.
Great.
So that was a way of training, and the news just spread, basically, and people would come to the gates. There were many periods of time when we had no workers because the government would hand out money to people during election times, just hand out free money. So nobody needed to vote. Nobody needed to work, right?
Incredible. But it's such a great project, so congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, this is an interesting point I experienced in different contexts than architecture in my former profession. What about the local, to keep it plain and simple, what about the local power structure? So the official power structure and the unofficial power structure of local mafia. How they reacted when the project proceeded, and has there been a kind of resistance, and how the resistance could be overcome?
Yeah, good question. So as Ulrich says, in this part of the world, mafia, there's a nexus between mafia, politicians, police, and criminals, and they run these places. So initially, there was a great deal of resistance because local people were starting to earn their own living and change their lives. And so the first thing was the electricity board cut the power. So we only had electricity for 2 hours a day, so they cut the power. When we resolved that issue, and then local councillors started to come to the building site wanting to see what was happening. The local police would come. Some were violent, some were abusive, but ultimately it was the strength of local people. We always had a lot of people on the building site. Sometimes there were 80 people on this building site. Strength in numbers helps.
Wow.
But another thing is, in this part of the world, as you know, Ulrich, you have to involve the power structures. You have to get them on your side. They can be very, very destructive. And you need to take out time as an architect to do that. And I think coming from overseas, I was an exotic species. People would come to see me just to see what I look like, just to hear me speak the local language or something. And you basically have to cultivate relationships with all of these local power structures. And that is important. You need to do that. So you need to take out time to do that.
And how you convinced the local people in power, who first were defensive, no? How you convinced them to, in fact, to assist the project, or at least not to disturb it?
Yes. Just show them around, give them time. So if they come, never sort of turn them away, always be very polite, give them respect. Do not act like the big shot from overseas. Just show them around, explain to them what you're doing, what your vision is, and it's fine. I think the problem comes when you resist, that they want you to resist and fight. It's not the way to do it.
Okay.
Nice.
But again, it's local people. So the local. If I was working with migrant workers, if I had done the usual thing in India of going to North India and bringing a truckload of people from a jungle in North India, there would be problems. But these were local people in the villages. They knew who all these mafia and cops and politicians were. That helped, especially in terms of language.
Okay. Yeah. Are there any more questions on this really interesting project?
Silence.
Or
I would say it's just that there's a lot of things to discuss. We understand green building is important technically, but it's much more than that. In many contexts, you need to do much more. And this idea of understanding your communities, the users, is something we need to invest time in. Just another thing about green building. In the last week, a very controversial statement has been made by the architect Thomas Heatherwick, who's very famous. He basically has written something which says that green buildings are boring. Now, he said it in his own way to stir, I hope, to stir some kind of debate. But the topic of this symposium is actually very well timed, because people are actually starting to question whether green building is enough. And from practice, many of us have already looked at this 20 years ago, but it's a very relevant thing to discuss. It's really good timing, Ulrich. I think you and Thomas Heatherwick probably spoke to each other.
This could be a good idea, because I remember the discussions we had, Jateen, about this, and this is this nature culture issue in terms of cultural heritage of ideas. It is not in us to make green a technologically perfected architecture, which is bloody ugly. There is no proportion, there is no architectural ensemble, the meaning of the common place is lost, the very idea is lost, and so on.
Yes. Yeah, but I think just to defend my profession, to design and build a conventional building is really tough. Pressures you are under, the 1,000 things you have to be responsible for, it's really tough. To design a green, sustainable building and to convince stakeholders like clients and contractors, that's really difficult. To design a green building is no joke, really, really demanding. And there are new legislations, compliance that you have to follow coming in every week. It's a real huge workload. I think we're at the beginning. We're just at the beginning. The attitude is changing towards where green building becomes mainstream. And people are, when I look at my students, Sam has got students and he'll be able to tell you about his students, but my students, they are interested in the human aspects of buildings, environment. It's not just the technical side. So we are very much at the beginning, and I think all of these considerations about community and culture will become increasingly important. At the moment, we are just overloaded with compliance with green regulations, which are technical. In the UK, if you do not provide that many pages of energy calculations, you get no permit. So, I mean, we are just being overloaded, but things are changing.
Okay. Are there any further questions, recommendations, ideas, comments? No. Please? Okay. Many thanks, Jateen. Many thanks. I think we will come back to the issue at the latest when we come to our conclusions again, as it is really working community-based utopia. No? Or as the German philosopher said, a concrete utopie. There's something, a concrete, and it is makeable. It is not just a dream or an illusion. This is very, very inspiring. Now, many thanks. I want to come to our next presenter, Claire from the WXY studios. Many thanks that you are here. And I think you can give a short introduction who you are, and then you can start with your presentation right away. You know?
Just to make sure it works, I'm going to share screen. Can you see?
Yeah. Yep.
Great. We'll see if it works. But Ulrich and Jateen, who just presented, I'm Claire Weisz. I lead a firm in New York City that's a design firm that does architecture and planning and various initiatives. And I'm really happy to be here. When I caught the end of the discussion, and I hope that the short presentation I'm going to give kind of links to it, despite the fact that I'm going to talk about culture and community and natural cities in a place that New York City, no one regards as particularly natural or anything else. So I'm hoping it'll help the discussion of, I think, a very important topic. And, you know, maybe I'll start in as a way of introduction. Let's see. Okay. So this paradigm of kind of either human, what we make versus what grows, see if I can, is a very interesting one. I mean, I show this juxtaposition between, what people perceive as complete opposites, as really not opposite at all, because in a lot of ways, we have to recognize, just like Jateen spoke about, that we tend to turn everything into a unified system, into something that we think will simplify things, everyone will understand. Whereas when you look at the plant world, the animal world, that what's happening isn't a gross simplification, right? So there's just a huge amount to learn from the systems that human beings have created already that are monocultures, right? And I think that we've come to an age where really, let's see if I can. So my introduction really to the ECC and Ulrich maybe to you was doing an installation for the current, but about to be finished, of something very simple, which was called the Palaver Bench, which is a way to kind of question the current war on public seating in public spaces and make a kind of open circle of a bench to see what would happen over the last 9 months. And this is a photo from 2 weeks ago, where we invited a group of musicians, a quartet from New York, to come spontaneously play music for 2 days, rainy Venice. And this is them, but also a group of random people when they heard the music who just started talking to each other. And, I think my position currently on public space is that many of the very well-financed and beautiful parks serve the purpose of people recreating, or serve the purpose of people feeling better about their cities, but they don't serve the purpose of actually getting people who don't know each other, but yet live in the same city or in the same neighborhood, to know each other better. And I think that was really an important topic. So I just want to go through a little bit of some, I think, important principles that I try to work with and that I think are open to constant interpretation, which is that we have to embrace the fact that places are complex. I think embracing complexity kind of works really well with the idea that when architecture oversimplifies, and we can get into the weeds about that, when engineering, solutions come from simplifications like everyone should drive a car, we get into big trouble. The other thing I would say is that we have concepts of community and culture, but really the concept of neighborhood is not really a legal one, at least in the United States, but it is in a way a design idea that, the 15-minute city has come out of this. It's an idea that there is a physical place by which, between walking and biking, or even living or working, people's perception of that they live commonly in a neighborhood. And I think that there's a huge value to that. We maybe don't know what it is exactly, but there's a huge value to it. And the other thing that I want to talk a little bit about, which is about what the programs of architecture have to do with natural cities. And I'm going to show an example right now, that schools have a value beyond their buildings, beyond what they teach, they think they teach students, and the employment they give. So a lot of our work has not actually lately has not been on school buildings, but on school, like on things like, how do you get to decide what school your child goes to? Like, who tells you? This is public school system. And this is a project that WXY started with, but we've been doing across the country, which is, there's a term called desegregating. It's another term just called integrating, but really there's a huge amount of cultural and racial divisions in the United States around schools, even within districts and neighborhoods. So this is about involving parents, teachers, the students themselves in looking at the data and understanding how they think bias exists in selection of schools. So not even in buildings, but not even with buildings. Equally, so this is the kind of format of kind of creating change in how, where you go to school in your neighborhood is. And this was District 15. You know, a lot of good has come out of it, even with the pandemic, in that now there isn't a couple of good schools, but there's actually every school has its pros and cons. And now kids, middle school, which is sort of the between what I would call elementary or lower school and high school, the middle school is sort of very centered on neighborhoods. Anyways, so I want to just show an idea of how urbanism happens, is that in this case, Hunts Point is considered a neighborhood in New York. It's in a peninsula. For us, and I think really for many people, it started with the community deciding they were going to create their own school. So this is a school not created by a national chain. It was created a long time ago when we first started our practice. We met a group of people in the community, conducted workshops, came up with them with a concept called Arts First, so that there was only windows available in the front of the school, and the arts idea. So this is a school where artists and other people in the neighborhood decided you're going to teach math in the music class, history and painting class, you know, that kind of thing. Very radical for New York City public schools. It required going to the city to ask to put a school in a factory district, but the neighborhood didn't really have a choice because there was no available other buildings. And so this leads me to today. So what is this building done in, I don't know, 1999, 2000, 1998? Where does it lead in terms of a kind of an idea of city building today? Well, it's led to what was this project. I know you look at this and you think, okay, what is this project? So what this project is 800 new 100% income assisted apartments and a new factory building and a new black box theater and a new school. Like all of the things that had been missing in the neighborhood got added into what was a kind of 10-year-long fight to close a juvenile jail and for the community to decide what to do with what was a former juvenile jail. So in a sense, okay, so this site is not as big as a city, but in a way this site is, it could have been treated as a neighborhood into itself, which the former jail was, or the former convent beside, or the convent beside it, which also, well, so how do we look at these developments within cities as actually models for approaching what is an architectural problem, what is a city building problem, what is a culture problem? So this was in New York City, these kinds of projects tend to be developer competitions. So you have to find developers. In this case, the developer was open to the community being a co-developer. So the community worked with us and this group of developers they decided they did not want to keep or adaptively reuse the jail. And that kind of, in a way, goes against really what we're all saying now, which is do not demolish buildings. But what we all collectively, I think, got to was that in order to break the pattern of, we had to do the opposite. So the public spaces of the jail, which were the courtyards, became the buildings. And what were the buildings became the public spaces, which is why you get a kind of Muse Street. Like, this is a very steep hill, this jail and project is on, because what happens in this neighborhood is where it's lower is where the factories, and where it's higher. And this is not just a neighborhood only of factories, but it's a neighborhood that is beside Rikers Island, which is the largest jail in New York City. The New York City produce market is here, the New York City fish market. So it's really the repository and most of the kind of waste management. So it's really a neighborhood that suffered a lot. And on the other hand, it's a neighborhood that has a lot of local jobs. So a lot of people who live here actually work locally. So building 1A there is actually the first publicly built new manufacturing facility in New York amongst housing. So it's really an idea that cities can actually build what the communities over a long time work out they would like to see, even if it contradicts wisdom, like, we'd like to have stores, fancy things. So in a sense, this idea of a building that could be well loved by people, but also a porous urban design so that these streets are public, was very difficult to pull off. So it was very difficult to pull off. This is, people have now moved in. And so now there are people living here, and then second phase is happening. This is the step street with the new factory on one side, which is now full of local businesses. And to the left is full of residents, 20% of them formerly unhoused, and the rest of people, whoever applied. And the black box theater and retail, small bank so how do you get to this? Because now it is actually, even though that you can't walk all the way through, because now phase 2 is under construction, but within 2 years, this will be a regular street. Now, how do we keep this from having gates in front of it? It was very difficult, because in neighborhoods that are challenged by lack of investment, the solution is always to gate things or put fencing around it. And I think that and I'll try and prove to with the other projects that an investment in architectural dialogue with communities is critical to prevent cities where any new investment is surrounded by fences. And so now this is sort of how it looks in the street. This is, from a green building point of view, this has solar, it's a cogen fired. New York City has very strict energy regulations. So this building may or may not look like green buildings, both of them, but they're very much, passive house, green buildings. And this is where kind of the first investment in redoing the jail. The jail was a kind of white glazed brick building. And so there was an attempt to also not make it look like this is just one thing. Trees hopefully will start growing. This is how steep the street is. This is the factory. This is kind of the view of the larger neighborhood. To the right is the next phase of work. And the green roofs. And this is inside. Now the textile, this is a textile manufacturer who's moved into the top. Now they've moved in, and hopefully in the next couple months, we'll get pictures of what all of the businesses are like now that they're in there. The next example I want to give I think I have about 10 more minutes, correct? Or we should stop for discussion, is this idea of smaller and larger scale and resiliency. So, just like we just spoke about it's the challenges of communities and the challenges of urban living that in a way where the solutions to natural cities might lie. So I would say for more the challenges of the segregation that happens, the self-sorting that happens in schools. Equally for New York City, the challenge is being a waterfront city. Again, with this self-sorting, it's the vulnerable communities that don't necessarily have the resources or aren't given, in a way have, so this is the Rockaways, Coney Island, same thing. These are very disadvantaged communities on barrier islands. This kind of shows this very large scale infrastructure project, rebuilding the Rockaway Boardwalk. And it was really because this hurricane in 2012, Sandy really wiped out almost all of the infrastructure in the Rockaways, causing, in a way, a lot of money, in this case, $300 million, to come in to the Rockaways. And in a lot of ways, we started this project, yes, with infrastructure money, but more importantly, with a partnership with a youth empowerment group called Rise that has been using all of these grants to create work programs for younger people in planting dunes. Now, this is important because there's a lot of jobs in planting and landscape available to people. What's distressing is that many of the things they planted just simply get ripped out by Army Corps of Engineers. So there's still a lot of stress around kind of the work of communities in natural systems. But the group themselves took charge of it. They ran the project. They created their own manifestos. And that's why the reports and manifestos look like, how do you read this? Like most of the stuff that they created is really almost user manuals for the neighborhood. So out of that way of thinking, a kind of larger parks plan for the neighborhood got created again. I think it's it's the manifestos, it's the kind of skate parks, the boathouses, the paths, the kind of what does it feel like beside your house stuff that really contributes to the right decision making on these larger infrastructure projects. So the larger infrastructure project added a lot of universal access to something that was, very hard for older people to connect to. But really, I think what it did, and again, this was really community-led, was engage the idea of neighborhoods being proud of being a neighborhood. So this neighborhood wanted to have like the Hollywood sign, a way to identify it. All these planes fly over JFK. So we basically came up with a super graphic using a system to spell out Rockaway. So you can kind of see what it looks like. There's this very large scale identity that came out of this infrastructure project. This is the A in Rockaway, and there's the Y. But it's become, in addition to having these additional dunes that are job opportunities, the kind of identity of this beachfront, kind of even in the nighttime, gives a continuity to this neighborhood. This neighborhood is actually relatively poor on one end and much wealthier on the other end. So despite the fact it's one political community board, it sees itself as very discrete small neighborhoods, but now it sees itself as these small neighborhoods along a boardwalk that they all share, instead of half the boardwalk being broken down and the other half the boardwalk having the political will to get fixed up more often. So now there's a kind of shared identity. And I think that the wood that was on the boardwalk kind of got remade into furniture. And the furniture in particular is really about kind of, and just like the steps, they're really about accommodating a lot of different kinds of people. And this is it, you know, just literally like a month ago. And you can see that these benches have gotten old and worn, but they're fine. But you can see the sand has started to come up. Like the real shifts here are that the wood boardwalk had required constant maintenance. The kind of concrete boardwalk maybe is not as beautiful as the wood in some respects, but it actually speaks to the natural systems in a more direct way. And here's some more recent pictures. And again, they never got their concert. This didn't end up being the concert venue that people hoped, although now they have another one, which I didn't get pictures of, but it's ended up being kind of families can, you know, have family picnics at it. And so this is from a small project, this is the project that this youth group is going to now work out of. We just finished it. It's net zero building. Again, it's very simple, but this dune park was the community pushed for any new building had to save this very large urban renewal area. And so it's called the Great Preserve. And it looks scruffy to people, but it's actually the idea that it's not only ball fields that people need, but they also need natural systems. So this community has really built, in a way, an identity for itself, not only out of architecture alone, but using the architecture to serve the larger community. So I'm just clipped through these. So this is the first non-gendered, we call it comfort stays, but restroom or toilet building in New York City. This building is a toilet building. You can see the opening there. So the idea was that there would be offices and there would be a community room, and this sort of two-part building that generates more energy than it uses would be basically a public restroom. This has been open for the last couple of months. What's great about it is that people in the community don't really know what it is. They think it's kind of looks like a home for someone wealthy, and then they realize actually it's a restroom. It's a beach house for them. So it's a very public beach house, and here's some pictures of it. But I just wanted to get back to the reality here. The reality here is this boardwalk is losing as much sand as it's gaining, but the infrastructure will be there. But the barrier island itself is moving all the time. So the kind of reality of how it moves is something that this neighborhood, now a neighborhood, even though it's a series of neighborhoods along a very large barrier island, I feel like in this case, a larger scale Rockaway Boardwalk piece of infrastructure has allowed it to kind of allowed a community to coalesce. So I guess what I'm saying from the first image where I showed the flower and the off-ramp, that in a way they're not separate, but it's how we design the infrastructure now with neighborhoods in mind, instead of with, I would call it cars in mind. It's just, you know, I would say absolutely core to how we look at new models for natural cities. That really, this really reinventing of what we're going to spend our concrete dollars on is critically important. And Ulrich, I don't know if you want me to stop here or if do another example. I'm game either way. Oh, you're on mute. Okay, I'm just going to leave us with a big question, which is, so one of the resiliency projects was a barrier island, and for New York City, like a very large scale, which would include dredging industry. But what I wanted to kind of leave us with, and this is our images of the blue dunes, is that actually the reality of these big, where ideas come from, I'm finding very interesting lately. So the Blue Dunes was an idea between West 8, WXY, saying we can't just build walls around New York the way we're doing it now to keep water out. That there has to be a larger cultural understanding about how do we live with water. And so we came up with this idea of building wind turbines and habitat 9 miles out. And I've noticed, and I'm going to end with this slide, that the Miami is about to open this underwater sculpture park, which is a new below-grade barrier island for fish that is really the conception of a number of artists who are working there. And that the subway cars that New York City has been giving to people to sink, which have been great fish habitat when they were steel, turns out that our lightweight stainless steel cars actually don't make very good fish habitat for North Carolina. So I want to end with this about natural cities, because I think it's a really great paradigm to think about.
Okay, many thanks. Many thanks. Now I'm on. So I made a mistake when you were first asking. I was mute. Now I'm not mute. Many thanks for your contribution.
Hopefully I didn't go too long, Ulrich.
No. It's all okay. Questions from the audience. Questions, comments, ideas, please.
Remind them of the microphones.
And please put on your mics again, your micros. Otherwise, you will keep silent unwillingly.
Chime in or raise our hand, or can you hear me?
Hi, Greg.
Hi, can you hear me?
Hi.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Great.
Go ahead,
All
Greg.
right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Claire. Really, really interesting. I'm joining from New Orleans, Louisiana. And so here at Deep Blue Institute, we've been focused on how to make more resilient communities for the coming decades in terms of climate change. So although you didn't explicitly talk about that, it really rings through your projects there in terms of the integration of the levee system and the boardwalk and all that. So I was just commenting and wondering if you could talk a little bit more about how much that storm resilience and anticipating the future norms of levels of rainfall in New York City that you're seeing, and how those levee walls, you're trying to merge the ideas of creating livable community space, but also really a seawall for that hopefully will endure for the coming decades.
Yeah. So I think there's a real challenge in New York, which is why I brought up the Blue Dunes idea, is that we really need, kind of like Venice's Moses project, we need some larger scale thinking. That the resources it's going to take to raise the edge of everywhere in New York is impossible. And that right now you're seeing only communities, the Lower East Side, maybe Lower Manhattan, that have identified federal funding. They're going to do it. Well, the water is going to move all the way around everywhere else. And so if part of the city is safe, but other parts aren't, then really what does that say about the whole city? And I think that gets to this idea of looking at the larger natural systems to make trade-offs, which means some people moving to safer places and also spreading the money out on things that matter. So the boardwalk is an example. And I think the Billion Oyster Project, also in New York, is an example of investing in natural systems. So investing, in the case of the boardwalk, it has a sand wall. So it is a very strong structure, but its intention is not to keep water out, but its intention is to limit the movement of sand inboard and to, in a sense, use an increase in dune planting parks, and also bluntly raising, like the Comfort Station project, helping people raise the level, the board of all of their civic buildings, and have photovoltaics and alternative energy, so that everyone in the times of big storms, whoever can't evacuate, has some safer places to go to, and to not to have the attitude that these places aren't part of natural systems. We're having a huge problem in New York with deluge rains, and it will be ongoing. And it shows the fallacy of what we did 10 years ago, which is when we had more money, not investing in storm chambers, in redundant systems, in even more green infrastructure. We tended to say, well, we're only going to invest those things in places the federal government has told us we have to. But instead of looking at cities overall. So thank you for bringing that up. I think I would say we are failing in so many ways.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it struck me as sort of, the natural and the dynamic, and it's impossible to anticipate where the erosion is going to happen, where the water is going to fall. And you showed, I mean, that looked like a potentially a catastrophic undercutting of the boardwalk from the loss of sand. So, and really hard to replace sand or direct the deposit of sand at that scale. So really dynamic problems that we're facing, and just continuing to learn as primates trying to survive on the planet.
Yeah.
Okay. What about the aspect of community participation you mentioned? So when we compare, it's a very rough comparison, I know, these are different cultures, but when we compare the presentation of Jateen Lad and his way of participating the local community, and what in your project of at least including community, are there major obstacles to be observed that are critical success factors, according to your experience, to really involve the local community?
I think it involves, the issue of money is really critical. So let's say, for example, in the case of the school starting a whole succession of things, that school had a very challenging time because it's a charter school. There's a lot of national chains in the United States. And these national chains, it's like an ecosystem. They're stronger. They have more money than a local schools, or even locally created schools they can't borrow money to even build their own building. So that what it took for them to build that building, which was honestly not a new building, it was a new facade and new skylights on an old factory, on an old garage building. Mm-hmm. That building, only in the last couple of years have they managed to pay their mortgage on. And that's a long period of time. They had to find ways with local banks to borrow enough money, which is why the construction was so tight on it. So I think in a lot of cases, the lack of, now Rise, the teen group who's been planting all the dunes. So in the case of the Rockaways, the infrastructure money came from the federal government for the storm. And that in a lot of ways worked really well. The planting money came from a combination of grants and the local parks department, but really the labor came locally and was paid for locally. That's very unusual in New York City to have that combination things, but a very strongly led youth movement and the interest in the local community council person, who's now the borough president, in believing that youth-led environmentalism was the way of the future, is, I think, why that happened. So in each case, the personal leadership, like having people who are willing to step in, is just critical to the success of projects that then, now people go down the board. Everyone uses it. Millions of people use it all the time and in the summer. But it really, the reason it exists the way it is is probably a handful of 10 people are responsible for it.
Okay. These are interesting relations as regards the proportion, the overall proportion, in order to get things really moved forward.
Yeah.
Are there any further questions? It's an interesting project for me, at least as in comparison with Jateen. It's another cultural sphere, another starting problem situation to be solved, asking for other solutions. And we have to take into account many aspects of a cultural systemics in both cases, but very different cultural systemics. What the others are thinking about this project of Claire?
Yeah, I've got some points.
Okay.
Claire, these were really refreshing projects, and congratulations. We have a running joke here in Northern California that it's the same architect who designs schools as who designs correctional facilities and prisons. And coming from the UK, whenever I come to California, I really struggle to differentiate the architecture of these really stark, uses. So it was wonderful to see a total transformation of the prison site with your school building. I just wanted to know how was the developer encouraged to work with the community as a partner in the development? Was there any resistance, any pushback? And also really encouraging to see, quite generous, open, shared public space. Again, was there any pushback from the developer in wanting to increase the number of apartments, increase density to compensate?
Well, the nice thing, and I think that people don't value enough the fact that New York City has a sort of as of right mentality, whereas California in particular, San Francisco and other cities, every site, and I would say Britain in particular, sites get negotiated. So you every architect and developer is going negotiating, what the site should be. In New York City, right, we have a professionalized zoning paradigm. So in order to what was radical about that site was that it needed to be rezoned from a prison. We do a lot of rezoning work. We, unlike many of the other competitive schemes who were 100% housing, we believed strongly that the particular, and this was from working in Hunts Point for a long time, but the particular quality of it for people was that they had real manufacturing, blue collar jobs, and they could live within their neighborhood, and that many of their kids couldn't because there was not a lot of new housing units, but that they would still want to feel that there was good jobs for them, or even jobs for their friends who had cookie businesses or organic food businesses to move into, so that there would be. So in a sense, at the time, the mayor had just gotten elected. This is when housing, affordable housing, required affordable housing was created for New York City. This RFP came out and was called Live Work, and they didn't really, I don't think anyone meant literally work, blue collar work, but we kind of took it literally. And the rezoning was very radical for New York because it included both an industrial zoning and residential zoning on one lot. And that's very unusual. So, but again, I think you have a professionalized, very talented planning department in New York, and really they engage with architects in a discussion about the value of urban design. So that's really what drove it. And I think in many other cities, there's a kind of war, bluntly, and a discussion about whether something's tall or short, as though that has anything to do with kind of the issues that we have in front of us. So I think, partially I do blame the profession for obsessing about the wrong things.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's a statement, no? Yeah, Jateen
Yes,
and
I
Sam
agree.
and Hugo, you are the professionals. What you are thinking about this statement?
No, I think it's music to my ears to hear of a planning authority which is so forward thinking and so cooperative and open-minded. And you're right. I mean, coming from the UK, our planning authorities are just fuss over heights of buildings and whether cornices match up. It's just total. It's a broken system. I was also really intrigued by something you said when you talked about the boardwalk project, that you note that different neighborhoods had different identities. Could you expand on how you sort of discovered that? I mean, it sounds like a very simple question, but I mean, clearly you're working beyond your remit as an architect. If you're on the ground so much, you're noticing these differences.
I think first off, that there's a real value, just like working in a place over time and being there. There's a real value in, especially if you're interested in, I call it micro-urbanism, in actually working in a place over a long period of time on different problems. But I was always aware that there was a difference. You could tell by how the houses looked from one end of the Rockaways to the other. What I didn't realize is that, every 4 or 5 blocks, there's a whole different set of communities there with, coming from different countries with it. Like, it's really an incredibly diverse place. And until you spend enough time there, you don't really see what's going on. And also people don't necessarily trust you. So you have to appear not only at enough meetings, but actually go at other times of the day. And I think that's where partnerships with people who are working in those communities, but not just for a project. So I guess, that gets to a realization that I think our practice, and I've certainly had over the last number of years, that people always, again, back to our profession, we have a construct that you work from, and I hate the word master plan, but you'll work from a larger scale urban design plan in order to get a building to happen. And I think this is a complete fallacy. Basically, the purpose of doing any project, whether it's a building, a bench, or a larger scale, Blue Dunes, or a levee, the purpose of that is to actually create opportunities for community leadership. It's to create opportunities for other people who use the project and a design process to understand their place in their neighborhood, what they could do and what they want to do. That's like the purpose of what we do. The purpose isn't for us to say, I designed that building, or this is what my master plan looks like. And I think we've really, the skills of doing architecture should be a given. Like, yeah, that is the building. Okay, fine. It does this. That's not the point of doing a project. I think in 2023, knowing the amount of embodied energy that human beings have already committed to in what we've actually already built out there, it is completely wrong of our profession to think the point is making either buildings a building. That's not the point.
Well,
yes, I agree. I agree.
Yeah, I mean, I can tell you totally agree, but don't you agree that our field and developers, for example, and governments think that that's what a design process is for? Yes, I
mean, the profession is notoriously abject at describing what it does, even when it does things differently and innovatively. I think what I really like about your approach is that you're willing to invest the time to really embed yourself locally. And New York is a huge place, and it's no joke to actually understand different neighborhoods. And I do find it really inspiring that you're doing that in a place which otherwise could be seen as being quite homogenous. I look at even your toilet block project, and it sort of rings, it has echoes with what I did in India with similar types of buildings, where it doesn't look like a public restroom. You know, you give equal value to a type of building which ordinarily would be just designed in a very functional way, low budget, just deliver it on time. You actually are creating something very, very meaningful for the local people. So well done, really, really impressive.
Well, I mean, you must all find this as well, but I find there's a race to the bottom. The discussion in New York is, why do our comfort stations cost over $1 million? That's the entire discussion. And they're really like concrete block boxes with glazed tile on the outside.
Well, at least you
know, it's kind of the wrong conversation to be having, right?
Well, we've been fighting for 7 years to build a prototype public restroom for homeless people in San Francisco.
Yeah.
And people are fighting over a budget of $60,000. It's really, it's absurd. You know, It's just absolutely absurd.
Claire, I was going to pick up on what Jateen said with regards to the juvenile prison site, because in my mind, that project really embodies a lot of the ideas that Jane Jacobs had talked about the essence of neighborhood and the fact that, you know, traditionally neighborhoods up until the early 20th century was the place of work, the place to live, the place to shop, the house of worship, and the corner tap room. And those 5 establishments meant you really never needed to leave your neighborhood. And it was really probably the rise of the car and the trucking that really pushed all those disparate groups further and further apart. So it is really nice to see the kind of notion of a factory, school, housing all together in a kind of a public space. And I wonder whether there's been any kind of studies done post, and you said there's a phase 2 coming, a kind of a post-finish evaluation about how many people who live there actually work and shop all within a particular distance of travel, to test the notion of what are the parameters of defining a neighborhood, and how do you make sure that there's not one missing element, and how do you add missing elements in the future so it remains porous and flexible over time.
Well, I think we're really planning on into the future. What's interesting that you don't see about Hunts Point. So Hunts Point was rail connected, and it did not have as all of the city facilities it has today, like New York's project. But what happened is trucking took over Hunts Point. So this traditional neighborhood, right, which basically had some industry, that was the time when the city actually had a different market for each borough. And then all of the city markets, and including the fish market, got pushed to Hunts Point because it was all trucking. And the amount of air pollution and the environmental justice issues that came out of that were huge. Also, there's no grocery stores. Hunts Point is a food desert. So this project, in a way, is trying to it'll have a grocery store, local, but it's also trying to use that food manufacturing building, which has a local caterer that serves people lunch. It's trying to use these pieces to kind of put back pieces that Hunts Point used to have. Like, people used to be able to go to the produce market and, like, Pike's Place and just buy. Now this is so professionalized, these very large scale markets, that regular people can't just walk in and buy food in them. So as a result, Hunts Point is inundated by trucks, has all sorts of chop shops and waste things, but it's one of the most extreme food deserts in New York City. And it lacked public schools, which is why these charter schools sprang up in Hunts Point too. because, for whatever reason. So in a way, it had a jail, it had two jails, it had big, had a concrete plants, it had all of the things for everyone else, and really nothing, and it got denuded of things in the neighborhood. So we expect, phase 2 we'll have all of the open spaces, it'll have the school, it'll have artist studios, and phase 3 is going to have it'll have a medical office, and phase 3 will have the grocery store.
Wait. I have it, no? Demuted. When you compare this project with other projects you made, no? Are there some common characteristics, first of all, in terms of critical success factors? I want to break it down in this management mentality to critical success factors common to projects of this scope and
I really think it's what Sam said. It's the sort of really looking at some of the important things that Jane Jacobs talked about and observed even economically, which is the idea of a short block, that I go to so many cities, and including in California, Jateen, and I see, and including in Canada, where I'm from, and there are no pedestrian cross lights for 1,000 feet, 800 feet. Like, it's really that idea of getting a pedestrian infrastructure. And even if the short block means a step street, right? Or the short block just means a pedestrian crosswalk and a light. This is just so simple and critically important. There's so many cities, even in downtowns, where people have to walk the equivalent of 600, 500 feet before legally allowed, cutting across. And I think, and then the other thing I would say is this idea of eyes on the street doesn't mean literally only eyes. I think it means literally desire paths, places that places that people want to go to, and places to sit. I'm getting back to the palaver bench, but literally people are removing public seating in cities across the world to prevent people who need to be in public space and want to be public space. And we know that basic public health studies have shown that people will not go for a walk, older people in particular, unless they know there's a place to sit somewhere.
Yeah, this is becoming like, this is going back to India, where the only public space where people can take a walk in cities with 6-7 million people is a railway station platform. And the way things are happening, as you described, Claire, especially here in California, in parts of the UK, we're not very far behind. We are.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is one aspect. What you said about the communal place, as this topic of the communal place, that places must be desired for by people, let's say by pedestrians. No?
Yeah.
So if the normal citizen in a positive imagination has some places to identify with, and he is a pedestrian. He's walking in the city and not just driving cars. What could be done to revalue the value of the classic communal place? So, for instance, when you compare it with classical marketplaces or with a piazza, so where the people really like to go to, what could be done in recent, particularly in recent Western urban agglomerations, to revitalize the very idea of the public place?
Well, I've noticed that places where people have figured out a way to exclude the car all of a sudden become extremely popular, especially if there's food, and music.
Mhm.
So that this is like a kind of universal thing, right? But, you know, we can say a lot of bad things about malls and other stuff, but if they're the only place to go where you can walk and where there might be food and there might be something else to do, they serve the same purpose. But, you know, I kind of get back to, I think you could transform many places by simply putting in pedestrian lights every 200 feet, period, change the way people even drive through a thing, and then and immediately allowing local food entrepreneurs, you know, make a contest or give an allowance and allow them free parking, and like it would change everything. Like it's so I think it's relevant. And then there's becomes, as more people are there, people start saying stuff like, why are there no benches here? Why are there no trees? Why is it not a great park? And then all of a sudden you have people emerging who are willing to do the work to create a park, a school, a library. I think without the basics, right, which is the walkable city, it's very hard for people sitting at home to say, wow, my kid really needs a library or a better school. They have a hard time doing that. And they still do it. They work very hard, people, to make better places for their neighborhoods, but they're without a walkable neighborhood, they are up against a lot.
Okay. Now, this was the question about in very practical terms, about the critical success factors, how to make up something like a communal place in its very first beginnings. Greg, you had a question all the time.
Yeah, and all the comments just now, I think are right in line. I keep on thinking about in my own work, it really evolved from building scale architecture to ecosystem scale, ecosystem services and ecosystem approaches. So I think to some of the comments that Claire and Jateen are making, and also the comment about green buildings being boring, I'd love to hear a little bit more about what that means, because it's got me going in terms of, yeah, it can't just be green, and now it has to be at least regenerative in terms of the multiple that it can be doing, but multi-use buildings, multiple benefits that are coming from a design project, which is creating a set of nested or fractal services that are creating an ecosystem. So whether it's food or access to bathrooms or benches, so that whatever we're doing is not just one little $60,000 bathroom, but we're building an ecosystem, and that ecosystem works at multiple scales that I think as environmental designers, that's hopefully what we're uniquely qualified to do, to see that four-dimensional chess game or fractal relationship, that then when people experience it, I always say really good urban design is invisible. People don't say, wow, this is great urban design. Only horrible urban design, and people are like, I really hate this place. But when they're walking down the street and have benches and trees and shade and 15-foot bays of stores and all that, they're just like, yeah, this is really great. So I think just it goes back to that ecosystem approach, multiple benefits, multiple uses, and then even to the point of climate, that, you know, Claire reminds us that New York City is not an endless grid of urban construction. New York City is a marine city that's now it's in acute touch with the coast and the sand and the water, and that's a whole nother ecosystem, multi-use, that when we're building a boardwalk, we're building a community space, but we're building a barrier, and we're building a landscape and a garden. So that's eco approach.
All right. Yeah, Are there any other comments, questions, ideas?
No?
No? Yeah, please.
Just one question, or simply provocative. For we as architects, and we are discussing this kind of problems. What do you think about or if we have to rethinking the way the people use the public space in that of view? We buy everything online. We buy the food, we buy the clothes, we don't need necessarily to go out. So we go out for some reasons, and I don't know every reasons. And what we can do to create public spaces that the people use, not the normal way when I come out and to buy my food, to buy my clothes, but what can we do? What the kind we have? What the kind of things things we have to think about it, to bring the people to the public space, and what is the properties of that public space.
I think such a good question. I think my perspective on kind of the online and living kind of indoors is that what the pandemic did is it created this forced isolation, but that forced isolation also created a renewed interest in outside. You know, whether it's people's balconies, whether it's nature, and that nature in cities, even if you think about in New York City, the High Line, right? Or you think about the beach, we have a huge desire for seeing and being in nature, even in contrast with the city. So, but nature doesn't take care of itself in cities, or period, that with a lot of use. And, you know, like people's interest in pets too has gotten them outside because they have to take their dogs for a walk. And so, but our cities haven't caught up to seeing natural systems, whether it's creating living buildings, regenerative buildings, how buildings are actually urban design scale. So we still think in monocultures. We think, oh, office buildings, our solution is to have an office building with plants outside. No, the problem is having an office building. Like we shouldn't. So same with residential. Our solution is a residential building that has a nice facade with more balconies. No, the thing that's good is having an outdoor space and indoor space. But if it's 100% residential, you have the same problem. So I really feel like we have to start seeing that urban design is an architectural problem. Mm-hmm. And we have to push urban design back into architecture where it really started. I mean, I think about, you know, this being hosted by, you know, out of Italy, but look at Palladio's Basilica. You know, just think about like the stacking of uses. Like we as architects, I think, have to recognize the problem wasn't people didn't want to go back to the office. The problem is people don't want to go to office buildings. And it doesn't matter how pretty your office building is.
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Really good point. That's a really good point. This monocultural thinking.
Yeah.
Good point. Yeah. We have to, unfortunately, we have to look a little bit at our time, but really, unfortunately, it's really, really interesting so far, and fully meeting our intended topic of community and the natural city of this entire workshop. The question is, we can make any proposal at the same time. We can make, let's say, a 10 minutes break, and then we can continue and keep the open points so far for the final discussion and conclusions. It's a question. It's no decision. What do you think? What is your opinion on this?
It seems great, 10 minutes.
Okay, but good. And then I would say we continue at, yeah, let's say 20 to 4. Yeah, yeah, okay. And then we continue with Geng Hong, also to give her a chance, and also Sam Olshin and you, Hugo. And then we keep these points we had so far deliberately for the final conclusion discussion, also to readdress them in a condensed form and say, okay, what are the critical points? What are the critical factors? What we lined up in parts so far? I would say, and then we see us in roughly 10 minutes, 12 minutes. No? So it's 20 to 4. Okay, alles klar. See you. Here we go.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yibing. I'm not Gong Hong. She's my supervisor. And we are a research group from the School of Architecture and Urban Planning in Huazhou University of Science and Technology. I guess maybe probably this time she's already in her bed, but I'm happy to be here with you guys. So good morning or good afternoon or good evening to everyone. And today I'm going to share with you guys a very traditional Chinese village here. So okay, here we go. So for this part, this case study is a very activating traditional bazaar in Chujia region of Enshi, China. I will firstly introduce. Sorry, that you guys can see my full screen or this kind of thing. This window is still here.
I can see the full screen. Can you also the full screen? Okay.
Yeah, because I can
Yeah.
see there is some our face window on my screen here. I'm not sure if you guys can see it. I'm not very familiar with Zoom.
Yeah, we also
Is that
see it.
a full screen and
You can just make it smaller, but we don't see ourselves on your screen if that's what you're asking. So, okay. So
yeah, this
all right.
would be better. Yeah. Okay. And so the first part I will introduce the basic information of this village. It's called Enshi Tujia and Miao Autonomous Prefecture in Hubei Province. So it is in the southwest part of Hubei Province. It's also an intersection of Hubei, Hunan, and Chongqing province. It covers the area around 24,000 square kilometers and is a multiple ethnic inhabited area. It contains around 29 ethnic groups, which makes it a place with many different cultures, characteristics, customs, and festivals and beliefs. So for this part, you can see the location of this village here. And the Qingyangba village is located in Zhaoyuan Town, Xuan County, Enshi City. It covers around 10.5 square kilometers with 670 households, and more than 80% of population are Tujia and Miao ethnics. And it is a very representative village in Enshi, also in Hubei province. It is in the Wuling Mountain Economic Collaboration Zone and the West Hubei Ecological Culture Tourism Circle. And it is also a tourism node of Western Xuan County. And we always say that you can add 3 townships by moving 1 step here. So if we say the city is noisy like a boiling water, the Qingyangba village is like a cup of tea. Also, it is also very famous by Enshi Yulu tea, and it is also the tea horse ascent road. The keynote of this road in the very past time. This village is surrounded by high mountains. Qingyangba was separated to like a 2 words compared with cities. It's very peaceful and a traditional village. And it has also 4 national titles. One is famous historical and cultural village of China, featured village of ethnic minorities of China, traditional village of China, and the national forest rural village. It has 4 kind of title here. And it's also a very village with a lot of history, stories, and cultures here. We also called it like a fossil of Tujiang market, like we see in this picture. It is it is a market street here, and it's also known as the old salt and the cotton route. Maybe you guys was familiar with the silk and horse road, but another way is the old salt and cotton road, which means they trade salt and cotton between 2 places. And at the present, it uh it is not that popular because of some reasons. So I will introduce some problems here for this very nice little street. What happened here, and it is forgotten by people. We all know that the roads are the fundamental reason for settlement popular. In the past, the flexibility of horse transportation makes the traffic disadvantage of this place not that did not appear, but with the development of modern transportation way, the mode of transportation of goods changes. The national highway is far from the village, and makes their development stopped, and people gently forgotten this place after especially after especially in in the recent 30 years. And also except the transportation disadvantage, the traditional trade atmosphere and under the impact of modern business decline, the development of specialized products also has a lot of difficulties. In the past, people rely on the market to buy some groceries they need, but for nowadays they just buy this kind of things online, and they like the cheaper stuff. So for the convenience, they don't need to wait there until some marketing days. They can just click their mobile phone and buy some things, just delivery to them, just the delivery to their house. It's more convenience. So this kind of trading way change makes this market becomes like forgotten by people. Nowadays, very few people go there buy food, buy goods, and the business is depressed, except some tourists will buy some things. So in normal days, it's just no one there, and with the people outflowing just the elderly and the young children remain in these villages who cannot support some very complicated festival activities. Villages lost their cultures, things, and just forgotten by these young people or childrens. And with this people change and their living way change, their lifestyles and living habits also change a lot with the development of urbanization and the cultural modernization. The population of the countryside has decreased a lot, and people ignore the neighborhood relations, so they just live by themselves. The folklore forms has also decreased a lot, and this culture atmosphere also losing. But for this place, we believe there is still a lot of things remain can support its develop. So the first thing is it has a very long history. From Qing Dynasty, Liangting Street has become the first gateway of the old salt and the cotton road. So for this kind of long history, people has some kind of memory here and don't want to leave this place. So there are some big trading families engaged in different industries like whole families or leaf families. So this kind of family members are still living there and do their probably they do their own handcraft thing or like trading thing. So can this kind of families are still there to support this street remain here. And another way is like say like there are still some good building structures. This window covering and rich decoration reveal the historical atmosphere, regional environment, culture, and ethnic landscape of this street in mountains region of Hubei. So you can see this kind of wood decoration is almost 200 years, and the people repaired them through the time and make it looks like still like before, like this structure and this way of building, and also this kind of rich decoration here. It's been repaired very well, but to be honest, it is a very expensive thing because this kind of decoration, not everyone can do that. Some local people just they passed and they forgot this kind of way to do this thing. They just leave all of this here. If you want to repair it again, you may need some very professional people come, and it spends a lot. So the third thing is the marketing atmosphere and Jean are very well persuaded here. Like I said before, this kind of structure are repaired like it used to be, like this kind of structure here, and until until the early years of Republic of China, all kinds of commodities still remain here, like people make clothes, like housing or make food here. All kind of things are still on this street. And some people live here to keep this culture very well pursued. And for this one, most of the store buildings in Liangting Street are laid out in the form of front street, like this way. Here are some business store, and for the backyard, they just live there. They're just their house just the back of their store. The rooms in the center opens the door to shopping street, also using the function as a commercial space. And for the photos here, you can see what it looks like now. And these are their home. And for this small picture, they just the entrance of this. It's just the entrance of this market street. And for the red corner, you can see if the rain fall down here, it just goes through, won't be damage this house at all. And the last thing is the market does not completely disappear. The village near this village, the people near this village purchase and buy goods on fixed days, like the second day, the 8th day, and the 5th day. They go to this market. For other days, they may do their handwork or do some farming work. So these two actions are just go staged with a history of 200 years. Liangting Street, although it's not that popular, but it still go in its way or in a traditional way. And how do we do to make it persuade and developed again? So the first thing, we should solve the transportation disadvantage. We connect all of these tourist points. We use the one ticket method to encourage people travel this whole region here. Make the full use of historical and cultural resources and the ethnic architecture features to integrate this regional tourism line here. And also to connect the nature resources and some interesting history stories. All of this kind of thing go into our planning and highlight the Tujia trade and the cultural characteristics. So which make it some very interesting points to the tourists, not just go to this market. Also, they can enjoy the very beautiful environment in this mountain. And the next thing is we should understand what people thinking. Like the public participate is very important. it may be very formal way to on this photos show, but actually it's not that formal. We go to every people's house and ask what they want, and buy some keynotes here. Like they just write down what they want. Like they don't want to change their lifestyle too much. Like be half farming and business is their dreaming lifestyle. They also want their house as good as before. Some traditional buildings repair, I said before, is very expensive, so they cannot protect their house very well by themselves. So that's what they ask us. They asked us to help them to protect this habitat. And after we know everyone's needs, next is implementation. We adopt a graded conservation strategy for the Ascent Street, and we also want to reflect the historical integrate of landscape and the residents' lives through the mapping way, photographing, or the field survey methods. We record all of these historical buildings. We classified them into five different types of preservation and into 5 classes here. Different buildings have different way to be like the very strict protect or just protect or need to be repaired or need to be well managed, not open to tourists. This kind of different way we protect them and repair them. Another thing is how to keep this building signal here, how to develop. I mean, it's more like how to develop it under control. This kind of control zone here, we are not allowed to be touched, and this yellow zone here, we need to be repaired. So that's kind of hard thing for us to organize all of this construction and development. So for the environment creation, building a vibrant market space, we implant the folklore into the architecture space and closely integrate the trade culture and the historical stories with mountains, waters, and or trees or other sensory, etc., to form a very interactive space for this kind of long market here. Make it with a very strong cultural atmosphere. And also we need to highlight the architecture element of Chujia to create a public space with some this Chujia characteristics. As a public building, the villagers' activity center was designed to use these elements. Like first floor is transparent, and the second floor is connecting corridor. We also use some very local materials like wooden or their local stone and some traditional crafts to make the rural place full of village flavor. Also, we want to keep the street and the spirit at the same time through the work of protection and repair of heritage. We will protect the building facade and the bridge spaces of this street. So for this whole things, we want to it livable and to be popular again, and also record to tourists' imagination what they think about Tujia people, what they think about Miao people, this kind of thing, and how they want to know about the Qing Dynasty marketing, how they trade things, what we can buy from this from on this street with some special handmade thing here. So tourisms are still the most important thing here. And the last thing is the building repair here. So for this little thing here, you can see we have continued to make a very solid progress on we also make a solid progress on these buildings and the environment street, have completed the initial work of splicing and repairing the stone paving on the ground. So we have constructed this pavilion here, and you can see the upper side is like a pavilion, but the downside, I heard from my supervisor, it's a public restroom. I still have no idea how it works, but it do build the underside restroom here. It looks still very nice, and so all of these things are highly integrated with architecture of ancient street and the environment style, and this local people here, they can do some wood work and help to build and design this pavilion here. After all of these environmental things built up, we also want to keep the traditional festival activities like the Road Candle Festival, Temple Fire, this instrument, all of these culture and festival things activity again. This various public activities means how their social life goes, and this make the place a lot of interest. This all about human beings and how their villages relationships make a village with warm time, with a very close relationship, maybe very helpful for their future development. So that's what we also need to focus on. And this is all of my presentation. I know I'm not that familiar with this place, but I can try my best to explain something if you guys have more questions about this place or about Chinese culture or some Chinese heritage or some rural areas questions. Yeah, that's all my presentation.
Many thanks. Many thanks for your presentation. Other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's actually very thought-provoking when you see examples from different parts of the world and the issues and conditions you're dealing with, but there are also similarities. So the project I showed was in South India, and one of the issues that we had with heritage was local people did not no longer have the skills to in traditional handicraft and traditional construction skills. What is the situation? I wasn't clear. Do people still retain that knowledge of how to make traditional structures, or is it declining?
Actually, some people they can still do some handcraft, and also they can build these wood buildings there. But the elderly people and the young children in the village and the village shrinkage problem are very serious in every country, especially in the developing country in China.
Okay.
Because we are still in the urbanization stage. So if they can do these building things, this means they have a very strong scale to support their life in city. They can earn more money. So they won't live in this village for a long term. Just like the spring festival or the autumn festival, they go back to their hometown and then they repaired and built up again. So for other time, they just live in the they live in city. So all of these things just live in the village. They need to be repaired in a short time, but it won't be repaired very soon. Yeah.
Okay. No, I understand. So, is there are historic buildings, are they preserved by law? I mean, are they sort of listed and protected by law? Or is this something that is dependent on each town? Is this a decision for the community?
I think it's a good question because China has a very strong government power. So a lot of things are in law. So we have a lot of laws that some heritage need to be protected very well. But for this village, I think this just follow the common law. Like if it's over 200 years or it's over some kind of years, it has to be protect. But otherwise, it's not in the law. You can just move down it or just leave it there.
Oh, you can replace it. You can knock it down.
Yes, some can be replaced, and some, like I said before, it has some title. This village have some title. So for the core part of this village, I mean the market street, it is being very well prepared. And also there are some other buildings outside of this street. They're not, no one care about them. Yeah.
I have a question. Just I'll be curious in your thoughts because you mentioned at the beginning of your presentation that thanks to online ordering and everything, the place of market in China has changed immensely. And therefore people are ordering things online instead of going to the market or going to a specific place, and therefore exerting more effort to find something or to buy something. Is this something that you find is prevalent in other places of the country? I ask this specifically because coming from Nigeria, where transportation and logistics is not as well made as in more developed parts of the world, for example, markets are still very much thriving because ordering online is not something that you can guarantee that will actually get to you. And therefore, you are better off taking the 1-2 hour trip to a market to buy a textile, for example, or pots or whatever. So is this something that's different in China very much?
Yes, I think so. You know, I used to live in Canada for a few years before, and I know the delivery time takes like forever, like half a month or even 1 month. I can just get something I bought online. But in China, even in the village, like this kind of village, in 1 week, they can get whatever they bought online. So it's very convenient. And for this market, they just open on specific days, like the 2nd or the 3rd or some special number of days. But if they bought online, they can purchase it very like commercial benefit or very convenient if they buy some very big stuff. They just deliver it to their house. They don't need to go to the market. So for the market thing, if we say people like to buy groceries on this market, no, they don't buy groceries. They just buy some very specific thing, like some handmade thing, some thing with a lot of memories. So that's also what, when we do the planning, we focus on the people who can make some special things, not the regular things we always can buy it online, to attract people come to this place and buy things on this street, make the market very popular. Yeah.
I think
So in a
this-
way,
yeah.
So in a way, for the success of the market is a public space where people meet, it has to provide something that's very specific and nostalgic, or so it's something that cannot be bought online, basically.
Yes.
So everyday objects or, buying produce, which in a village you can grow in your own backyard, I guess a lot of times is not reason enough for people to go to a place like this anymore.
Yes, that's what I mean here. So it's kind of different here. And, I have no idea if you guys know Taobao. No, it's like the Amazon in China, but
Oh,
it's
yeah.
more popular.
Or Alibaba.
Yeah, Alibaba. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And that's why this kind of market is hard to be developed again. That's the way lifestyle change. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's an interesting point as regards lifestyle. Has there been considerations how to tackle this problem, no, of lifestyle in the direction of preserving cultural heritage, not just like a museum,
I guess a lot of things is about people. If
Yeah.
no people, no culture, no space, and all of this planning or reparation is not meaningful. It's just it's just a building. If there is no people, older people, just elderly people. They're not activity. They just it's hard to say that. Just live there, wait to die.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think it brings up the point that actually Claire had brought up before, which and then Grupo Zenya had brought up before about the role of e-commerce, and that even in these vital cities that we live in, there's such an urge for things instantaneously that we're willing to press a button and have it come to us very quickly. And when that happens, the whole notion of even living in a city and being able to go out and spend the time interacting, the social activities that come with it is really kind of lost. And I think what was just shown now questions the whole notion of what is historic preservation, because I think it was great that you showed the 5 different breakouts of how certain aspects of this are being restored. We're working on a project that has almost all of those same 5 things, but then we have a 6th category, which is we're allowing a part of it just to actually deteriorate over time to show that nothing lives forever. But what is the point of historic preservation if it can't actively be used? What are we preserving? Because if the lifestyle is changing and the interactions that once supported that no longer exist, everything just becomes antiquated and becomes more of a museum. And it is, I think it's a tragedy, honestly, that that has really happened, and that we as educators and students are learning how to preserve things because the things that actually occurred in those and not too long ago are vaporizing. They're vanishing.
Mhm. Mhm. That's a good point.
Yeah, is following on from that, is there scope to adapt and reuse the market structure for another usage?
What kind of structure?
The market, the Lingtang
Oh.
Street, is it, given that it is only used on certain days and for festivals, is there an opportunity to adapt and reuse it for something else to serve the community? Is that an option?
People still live there, like they just near the street, they do the business, and for the behind part they live there, and the outside is a tea garden, so they still do farming and do some marketing thing and do some handcraft thing. So their life still are half and half. They're not a pure farmer. They're not pure business people. Yeah, so their life still very very interesting. So for if they are busy, they just do their farm work, like they plant some tea tree and make some tea, and the tea will be exported to other province.
Mhm.
The tea there, Enshi Yulu, is kind of expensive and a luxury thing in China. So even it's not just you have a very small tea garden, you can get some money. So they won't leave their land like not being planted or just do business work. So that's why the street, even there is no marketing activities on the street, it is still alive. This street is still alive. And also, as I said, some festival events are still on this street. For other villages, people, they on the festival day, they come to this street and celebrate. So that's normally how this street works. Yeah.
Thank you.
As I have a question for when I reading the email, like the word cult. I have no idea about this CULT in our talking context, because the cult word full means some kind of movie, but I can't understand what it mean in building.
Cut.
Yeah.
Good.
CULT. I read it in
Cult.
Cult?
Yeah,
Like
cult.
cult.
Yeah, I can't understand that word because I read it in the email. My supervisor sent me before. Yeah, I was very confused.
Let me have a look.
I thought it was just culture cut off, the word culture cut off.
Yes,
Ah,
cultural
cult.
heritage. Yeah.
This was
Yeah,
the
I
this
think
was
it
the
got cut off.
abbreviation. Yeah. Now I have it. As a
Which
cult
is very
means
interesting to think
cultural.
about the short form of cultural being cult. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
the
I
cult
think
word makes me
Yeah,
very
cult
confused.
movie.
I think
Yeah, cult
Alan
movie.
has raised his hand. If you would want to ask us something.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey, Alan.
I've actually done a lot of studies about markets in different cities in Europe and in the United States. And here in Hungary also, because the markets in Hungary, in Budapest especially, are designed or follow the example of the markets in Berlin, okay? And, but specifically, I think that some of the markets that survive or are vibrant markets are vibrant because they're active and vital social spaces, okay? And they tend to be a little bit mixed use, okay? So it's a combination of like the goods that people can buy as well as other kind of like social activities. So, for example, okay, not far from Budapest, there's a town, Emeka knows it, Nagymaros,
Yeah.
right?
Yes.
And the Nagymaros has a Saturday market, okay? And the Saturday market is very active and very full of people. And there's a combination of activities, which is like local produce, specialized produce that people can buy there, okay, that comes from like the farms in the area, as well as crafts, okay? And so it becomes a big attraction for people to come to this market, okay? In New York, for example, there was a famous market, the Essex Street Market in Manhattan, and this market was created in the 1930s and almost disappeared completely, okay? But now it's been like revitalized, and it's a mixed use market. So it has like lots of products that people can buy, and also it has places where people can socialize as well. And this is very important, I think, okay?
Yes.
I think the thing about e-commerce is like part of that has to do with the COVID. People got used to buying a lot of things online because of the COVID, okay? But, and also part of it has to do with it. It's a fad, you know? It's the novelty of people being able to buy things, purchase all kinds of crazy things online. So, but I think the most important thing in terms of like maintaining markets is really important because they are vital public spaces, okay, and are like very important in terms of like the conviviality of it within the community, okay?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think it's a general crucial point, and this has been a little bit underestimated in the discussions so far. So less focused. The social aspect of the communal place and this whole tradition, modernist tradition of in fact refraining from the necessity of a truly social place as a communal place, as the communal space. Marc Auger, the typical modernist communal space is a transit space, so airports, etc., etc. But this is no social place, and a good general point of importance also for our work in our Ideal Spaces Foundation is how to revitalize the idea, first of all, the idea of the social place becoming important again at all, for instance, in urban planning. And yeah, please.
No, I just agree with you. Yeah.
Okay, good. And yeah, so this just as a background, and I think that this is a very important background. For instance, when we look at the projects presented so far by Jateen and by Claire, at least in indirect ways, also the project of Claire in indirect ways, it's the attempt to revitalize this idea of a not community-based living, but of a more communal living style. Again, to formulate it very, very carefully. And Jateen's concept is definitively as going on the community aspect again. And I think, and this is crucial, also in terms of our conclusion discussions and also in terms of the presentation of Sam Olshin coming now. And I propose also that we, if you like, that we refrain from the break and just continue with Sam Olshin also to illuminate another aspects of how to at least provide an architectural framework for a community that could develop then.
But this, excuse me, this was a big conflict within the modernist movement. Okay, this because, like, for example, Le Corbusier, like in terms of social space, Le Corbusier like instrumentalized public space. Okay,
that's true. It's true. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the other architects, like for example, like Alvar Aalto, like had a much deeper understanding of how social spaces work. Okay, and I think that this is like the point that you were just making is a very important point. Okay, that what is the difference between like a market and a shopping mall? Okay.
There's a big This is you can buy things in both places, but there is a decisive difference yet existing.
Yes, exactly.
And this, I think, at the point, as I wanted to relate it also to this problem of lifestyle mentioned, because and this is a cultural issue in the end, and also as regards the architecture of public space is a cultural issue in the end, and this is one of our main topics. Which key assumptions, also on behalf of the architects and the planners, which key assumptions lead to which kind of architecture? And the key assumptions in the end relate to assumptions, outspoken or not, to assumptions about a generalized human condition, so what human beings need in order to be truly human, and this expressed in terms of architecture. So this whole tradition of the space place discussion and so on. And I think as we should keep it in the back of our minds, as that these are the important issues in the end. If we condense down the projects presented so far, so if we really condense them down, cook them down to one essence, and this is about a social place, and this could be the interesting point for our conclusions, plus the interesting point of the presentation of Sam Olshin coming now.
Okay, can everybody see the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ulrich, and thank you for everybody else who's presented before me, because I do see a lot of common themes, which is great. So I am an architect in Philadelphia. I'm a partner at a firm of 20 people. And for the last 30 years, I've taught introduction to architectural design at Bryn Mawr and Haverford Colleges, which is in the suburbs of Philadelphia, which has always intrigued me, that students that are interested in urban issues go to school outside the city and sometimes don't really want to go in the city, but really use the study of urban issues as something to be explored in a book or online, but not actually experiencing the city itself. So as part of our work as educators, all of our projects we give our students are in the city, and we have them come downtown, usually by public transportation. So this talk, Public Space and Practice, Invigorating Communities in Post-Industrial America, is really kind of focusing on a couple of things. What is it that makes a city sustainable, both economically and environmentally? What is public space in the American urban context? The notion of small towns and community spaces and how they've been affected by the car and e-commerce, some of the hot topics that we've been talking about today, and a couple of case studies for some projects that we have been working on in Allentown, Pennsylvania and Easton, Pennsylvania, to smaller towns about an hour and a half's drive north of Philadelphia. So some of the things have been mentioned today before, which is great, is what is it that makes wonderful social space around the world? The cafes in Paris, the notions of places to see and be seen and engage the spaces around us. We just saw wonderful examples in China. Here's Istanbul, Turkey, the Grand Bazaar, Kyoto, Japan, the issues of topography, how architecture follows the topography and how the street can be engaged, as well as the notions of natural light and artificial light to really stimulate spaces around here specifically for the retail experience. At the same time, America, and I am an American by birth, is a very challenging place in many ways because we are not like Europe or other places that have much more confined space. We continue to expand further and further west, and it's really been that way traditionally. And the city really can be a lonely place that doesn't, if it does not have places to socialize and collaborate. Certainly with COVID, the notion of being able even to get out of your own apartment and gather. Here is a place in Houston, Texas, where they showed public movies during COVID so that people could be 6 feet apart but still engage with each other. And what is it that really makes active social spaces? What are the connection points that really define what communities and neighborhoods really are and can be? As has been mentioned earlier today, this is social space is the most important. The most important thing generally that people agree on is that restaurants, cafes, bars, and lounges are the things that really bring people together. For an architect, it's sort of sad to see that notable architecture is at the bottom of this list, but at the same time, it really doesn't surprise me because the idea here is notable architecture is only as good as it is as far as encouraging places for people to congregate. And I think that's really a lesson to us all. Places like Los Angeles, closer to where Jateen is right now, this is done by a famous architect, a Mexican architect, and it has been a dismal failure. The overwhelming scale and lack of shade at Pershing Square has encouraged the unhoused as well. There's not places to really kind of gather here in any kind of meaningful way, and there's really a lack of interaction. There's no shade provided here as well, and that's really made this really more of an oversized sculpture garden rather than an actual place to congregate. Places that are a success, obviously the High Line in New York that really kind of blends places, ways to get from point A to point Z, has the links to various high-rise buildings, has access and has natural landscape. Ulrich has used the term nature and culture. This is really where nature and culture comes together. And until recently, I had not realized that a lot of the ideas from the Highline are drawn from this image on the bottom, two on the bottom, which is the Promenade Plantée in Paris that uses an underutilized train trestle as a place for gathering and pedestrian interaction. Part of the development strategies for social spaces in the American downtown has been for almost 50 years. You, as a developer in New York, can build higher if you provide public amenities at the street level. And I think this is a really kind of noble idea in order to do that. Yet at the same time, when those ideas have gone into effect, they've not worked particularly well. I think Jateen had said that, we as architects only have control over so much, but that we need enlightened developers to really help us and collaborate with us to implement some of our progressive ideas, and hopefully for us to help them implement their progressive ideas. This really shows in pink, these pink circles, the violations on this law from 50 years ago, where developers have meaningfully turned over public space to the public to use, but they've been shut off mostly due to issues of trying to enhance their own profits at the street level, and also issues with crime and the unhoused in the cities. And this is an issue that really needs to be dealt with in a meaningful way to really encourage interaction again at the street level. Again, during COVID, lots of things happened at the city. There's obviously an emptying out of the city in many ways for a suburbanization. There's also, as the city has evolved more from a pedestrian base to a car base, that has also negatively affected the city. The notion of how do you create outdoor social spaces, and then trying to bring public businesses back in to help create community partnerships. That's really what's going to help strengthen the city. If you go back further, when there was we've talked about China and the Great Migration to the cities, there was very similar aspects in America 100+ years ago. I love this photograph by Paul Strand that shows the kind of anonymity created by people coming that had blue-collar jobs to places like Wall Street, and the overall scale and negative effect it had on the pedestrian experience. And then the advent of the car, how it's really changed again the pedestrian experience. This is from a fantastic book called God's Own Junkyard by Peter Blake from the 1960s that talks about how rural and pedestrian spaces were giving way to the notion of not just the car itself, but all the infrastructure that the car relied on, including highways and the gas station as well, to support that thinking. Henry Ford, 110 years ago, was really the person who figured out how to make the car on a mass scale with automation. And he wrote, "I will build a motor car for the great multitude, so low in price that no man will be unable to own one, and enjoy with his family the blessing of hours of pleasure in God's great open spaces." So basically, by Henry Ford saying this and creating this on this mass scale, you can see the result of this on the left, where all the different spaces that created the ideal experience, the ideal urban experience, the ideal community experience, was really literally negatively affected by the ideas of highways and byways and access ramps, etc. And this, again, is from God's Own Junkyard. Again, how do we stitch the city and the community back together to really kind of counteract some of the ideas Henry Ford was talking about? And as an American, I guess I am particularly greatly distressed, even though I support President Biden, who I think has a lot of very good progressive ideas. The idea of just switching the car from petroleum-based to electric-based is not really dealing with the fundamental problem of stitching communities back together. I think in Europe and other countries where the reliance on public transportation, good public transportation, such as the railway, et cetera, that really brings communities, tying them together, is really kind of lost in America in a really unfortunate way. Changes in retail and space trends has really kind of affected the downtown. Here on the left is a place that we're working in Johnstown, where, and this goes back to Claire's project, which I like so much, that the notion of the corner tap room, the church, the places where you live, the places where you work, and your community was really based in those disciplines, not to mention the whole notion that not everyone needed to have a college education, that you could have a meaningful job and provide for your family with just a high school education and some very good solid vocational training. And with that kind of loss and the closing of a lot of the steel mills, first moving to the South, which is moving against unions and then moving overseas, has really changed the cultural landscape in America. And then on the right-hand side, local businesses in Bethlehem, PA, changing the kind of pedestrian scale to make way for larger structures, ever more larger, and how does that also affect the pedestrian landscape? Here's, the kind of notion of e-commerce, and we really didn't kind of touch on it except in a kind of tacit understanding. But, in Philadelphia, which is 1.5 million people, we are building 14 million square feet of warehouse space under construction in the city. So you're building bigger and bigger buildings, fewer and fewer windows. I think Claire used the phrase the kind of race to the bottom, which is really what I see this is. This is kind of lower paying jobs where you're on a clock to bring things from a loading dock off a shelf to a loading dock as quickly as you possibly can, so you can have things as quickly as you possibly can. And this is in a city that has major commercial areas, major parks for people to shop and gather, et cetera. And what are we really doing to ourselves, and how can we really change that kind of general thinking? So in my mind, the American downtown, the defining of an ideal space, this is Thomas Jefferson, is a space that's beautifully proportionate, where there's the man-made and the wild landscapes, again, the nature and culture coming together. There's durable and well-skilled materials. This is the way we need to think about places that we want to live in, symmetry and asymmetry, things that make it exciting and challenging to live in those places. And these are spaces that should provide some comfort and safety and some surprise. And ideally, the things that were touched on in China, the notion of historic preservation is not just to preserve something frozen in time, but to still allow to be actively used. Jefferson's buildings, these buildings are 200 plus years old. I just stayed here recently. They're still in the colonnade. You can stay in these rooms just as Jefferson imagined. And so it's wonderful seeing architecture, historic preservation, and active use all really kind of coming together. Community active use is very good here. These buildings were just preserved, but they've become great destinations for people to come together with equity and accessibility. Flexibility is really key, so that buildings are as active as they were 200 years ago, as they are now, as they will be ideally 100 years from now. So before we kind of get into some kind of case studies, what is the ideal space? And I broke it into the sociability, uses and activities, access and linkage, comfort and image. Interaction is what we want. Safety is huge. I showed there's places in New York that are not perceived as safe, and they've been now walled off. How do we bring that safety feeling back again? The notion of proximity, getting from point A to point B, the linking that the High Line provides, the flexibility, the engagement of local businesses, that something should be as friendly to someone who's 10 years old as somebody who's 80 years old. That really needs the variety, really is what brings people out. And things that are easy to take care of, ease and maintenance. Thomas Jefferson's University of Virginia is made out of brick. Thinking about Jateen's building with all those compressed bricks put together, those are buildings that were designed for ease of maintenance and creating spaces that are very engaging with green space around them. So the two case studies I want to talk about how do you create program space to better serve a community? Where does local art and culture kind of come into play? This is in Allentown, Pennsylvania, not far from Philadelphia. It used to be a big manufacturing city. It is not that way anymore. And then educational institutions, what we call the melding of town and gown, the city meeting the educational institution, and how do they keep from walling themselves off and becoming part of the town itself? And how does this community connection work to strengthen those ideas? So history and context, Allentown, Pennsylvania was built as a big manufacturing hub. It was along a major railroad, the Lehigh Valley Railroad, that linked many cities together that you can no longer get to by rail, that the only way you can get to a lot of these cities is either by bus or by car. And a lot of these places like steel manufacturing have also left these communities as well. So this is a map of the United States. Pennsylvania is in blue. Allentown, Pennsylvania is on eastern side of the state. We have a very enlightened developer here who has City Center, Lehigh, has really kind of put together many different green spaces and is starting to think about how can these green spaces be linked to create public amenities in a city that's swiftly transitioning from blue collar jobs to white collar jobs, meaning manufacturing to service center jobs. There's a number of different parks here, but as you can see, they're very underutilized, even on nice weather. So the site that we were given in downtown Allentown is bordered by the Miller Symphony Hall, the Baum School of Art, and the Allentown Art Museum. So there's major cultural institutions flanking this green space that is nothing more than a passive park. So the goals that we were given by our developer was activate this green space, create a flexible space for varied city programs, and encourage the use of the park as an opportunity for both art and nature to come together. There's a wonderful mural on the side of the Miller Symphony Hall, which was certainly an inspiration to us. And we have a very good landscape architect who's part of the team. So as part of the brief, as architects do, some of the architects on this call really kind of talked about these similar things. We looked at some of the context. The Symphony Hall is a pretty amazing space. It has a stage, tiered seating, wonderful acoustics, but because it is a symphony hall, has no windows on the outside, it has a mural on it, and so therefore it is really kind of a building that doesn't really contribute to the urban landscape. Similarly, the Allentown Arts Museum, because it has so much wall space, it does not contribute on the outside to the urban landscape either, but it's wonderful for all its displays that it has within. So this is our chance to kind of create something that reflects both music and art. So here's the site. And here's kind of starting to think about how we would think about engaging the Symphony Hall, the Baum School of Art, and the Allentown Museum of Art. So we looked in the bottom at scrolls of sheet music as inspiration because of the notion of the Symphony Hall. We looked at textile rolls because the Allentown Arts Museum houses a great collection of lots of the fabric that used to be made in the factories that used to be in Allentown. And so we started to think about sheet music and textile rolls and how it can inform a stage, which you can see in the upper right here, and create a wonderful place for people to gather and be the focal point. And you can see the digital model on the left, where we started to think about how that stage could be the focal point for active activities on site. So I still of the old school where I still draw by hand. So these are some of the sketches that I did to convince our client that some of the ideas for using music and textiles as an inspiration to create a stage. And the idea here was to use glue laminated timbers, which are a green sustainable material, to form the stage, and use a zinc metal roof and have it go from the horizontal to the vertical. So that the right-hand side becomes the green room with a restroom and a place to change. So for any of the performers that perform on their stage, have a place to change and then prep and get ready for the presentation. So this shows the kind of idea. And then working with some of the people in my office who are far more skilled than I am and have their own ideas to help have this idea come to pass. They did some of these digital models, working with our landscape architect to figure out how to create this focal point. You can see how the mural becomes a wonderful backdrop in the background behind our stage. And so this can be used during the day for passive use, and then in the evening can be used as well. You can see how the glue laminated timbers really work. And here's the view from the stage, kind of looking back out at the space to utilize. And so one of the issues here is, if you want to just use it for yoga during the day, it's open to everybody. But if you want to have a concert that you charge $25 for people to use at night, that it has to have the ability to close it off in the evenings. And so the landscape architect has really kind of been thinking about how to make that kind of happen. We think there are going to be stanchions that are going to be in the paving that will be able to be pulled up and then scrolled across, so that you can really close this space off in the evening as well. This shows in plan how the restroom and the green room works, along with the stage, which is dotted. And then here, the landscape architect really showed formal seating, how that could be done. If you have a movie night or concert or play, how you could do yoga on the lawn, and how you could just do an art market around the side here. So it's really a flexible community space as envisioned. So this has not been built. We're waiting for approvals from the city, but it just won an American Institute of Architects award from the state of Pennsylvania. So we're hoping that with that award and some more publicity, then the funding will come through to have this project kind of come to pass. And so we're excited to see it. This shows the kind of concert idea as well. So very exciting project. Looking forward to implementation. So the last project is really kind of think about Easton, which is about a half-hour drive from Allentown. This is this notion of town and gown idea here. So Easton was also a big manufacturing hub as well. It's right along the Delaware River, as is Philadelphia. In Philadelphia, or even in Easton, if we don't like buildings where they are, we actually pick them up and move them. This was a historic building that was in the way of our development. We picked it up on cribbing and we moved it out of the way so that a development could take place here. So part of getting the approvals from the neighborhood was preserving a historic building. So the neighbors recognized the historic character of the building, and we appreciated that. We worked with them to help define how we could preserve a building in order to have a larger development come to pass. We all appreciate the neighborhood and the college of what is it, this notion of a residential feeling. So not only do we have the pedestrian experience, we have the public-private spots of sitting on your porch, watching somebody come to pass here, smoking a cigarette, giving out Halloween candy, et cetera, whatever it may be, to preserve these kind of unique environments. This incredibly interesting architecture. The notion of the factory, where you used to be able to walk down the street to manufacture clothing, these wide streets with the regular crosswalks, how to make this something that we could preserve and enhance as part of this new project, which I'll talk to you about. So there were a number of houses here, a number of houses here that the college told the neighbors that they were going to tear down in order to build these 2 new dormitories, which we are designing. The neighbors were furious about it. They were unhappy, and then they found out in the process that actually college owned all these houses that were here. Not only did the college own these houses, they actually owned many of the other houses here. The neighbors said, "How did this happen?" And the college said, basically, as we have hired more and more faculty, we have offered them places to live in the neighborhood because we want to support this neighborhood. We want to have our faculty send their kids to the school as well. And we promise to you, neighborhood, that we will never tear down these other houses because we believe in this neighborhood. So after a lot of this back and forth, the neighborhood agreed to allow us to tear down some of the houses that were here in order to build these residence halls. But part of the deal was one of the significant buildings here, the one I just showed you, was then picked up and moved over here. And that is now the Black Student Life building for Lafayette College. And it was a win-win. These buildings were, some of them were nice, but they were not as nice as this one. And I'm glad we were able to move it. This building we are renovating as the Career Center. And part of the deal the college made with the neighborhood was the first floor had to be active commercial space, and the backs of the buildings could not be the backs of the buildings. They actually had to be active spaces as well. So the college would not be turning their back on the neighborhood. So this is McCartney Street. This was the original demising line between Gown and Town, but really that demising line now has moved over here. So the community now interacts on this level with the college as well. So this is a 150-bed dorm that was just finished 2 years ago. This one is actually under construction right now. It's another 150 beds. The college, thank goodness, is growing, has a lot of wonderful students here. And the phase 1 here, phase 2, the Black Cultural Center, and then the Gateway Career Center. So this is phase 1, which was finished 2 years ago, right during the middle of COVID. McCartney Street's here. These are the buildings before they were torn down for phase 2. This is the campus bookstore now, which is open to everybody. It has a coffee shop in it. This side is a diner. It's open to everybody, not just the students. The students can use their swipe cards to come in it as well. A lot of the architecture, semi-traditional, was designed in a way to reflect the architecture of the neighborhood. We use very durable materials, brick, stone, cast stone at the bottom, and metal roofs. So these buildings will last a long time. I think the biggest amenity, though, is this creation of a public amphitheater. Because of the way the hill steps up, there's a lower building and an upper building. They show movies here. They have concerts here. This is open not just to students, but the local community as well. Here's the bookstore right here as well. There's Adirondack chairs here, kind of different gathering spaces as well. And because it's basically a three-story neighborhood, the buildings appears 3 stories, and then the 4th story is done really in a dormer motif. And I think we talked about, public-private space. These walls are low enough to define what's public space and what's private space, but they're high enough to really do it as well. But they can also be seat walls so that they become part of an active engagement of public-private. This shows the same kind of view again as well. And then really kind of opening up for discussion about, how do these spaces, how can we as architects honestly solicit enlightened clients to really kind of do the kinds of projects we like to do, to have active programming. What does local art and culture, how does that contribute to a community so that spaces can be used 24/7, not just during the day, because we don't want the spaces to become fallow over time. And educational institutions, I keep reading this whole notion about wokeness. What does that really mean on campus? And what is the role that educational institutions to encourage active dialogue on both sides of touchy issues so that people can really can speak freely about all sorts of different ideas, and so people can feel that their ideas are being solicited. And that's certainly why I like teaching and why I like to work with educational institutions, and why the role of community is so important. So happy to turn it over for some discussion.
Yeah, Sam, many thanks. And as he said, let's discuss about it. Please.
Hello?
Yeah, please.
I think Claire wanted, and then Xenia wanted to talk too.
Can we?
I'll let Grupo Xenia go first.
No, it's nice. Okay. First of all, congrats for the project that you presented. And what we retain, what we see in your work in these 2 models, these 2 examples, is the preoccupation, the concern about trying to see the context where you are working, and trying to have the stimulus about your context, and trying to put in your proposal these concerns. We see that in the project, the first project, and now we see in this student residence. I go back a little bit in your presentation. Yeah, I think you touch in a very good point when you show the Amazon the Amazon building
warehouse.
And warehouse, and we have a little concerns in our work, and the way that we see the architecture of some buildings, of some programs, like the malls or the shopping malls, that there are the biggest buildings in the cities, and there are no relationship with the exteriors. They treat that body like stadiums or theaters or something else. Focus in the activity, the commerce activity, and I want to ask you if you want to tell what you think about it, and because when we see your proposals, we see this type of concern, the concern, no? Cuidado, of preoccupation with the context, and to make the building part of the community, part of the city, and not just the function or something.
Right. I mean, I think those are all good points. I think context to me is everything. I've been walking to work for 35 years. I live 30 minutes away from where I work. All the ideas that I get really occur in the walk from my house to the job. And I think, context, and my students sometimes don't really get this, that context doesn't necessarily mean having to copy what's immediately around it, but it's understanding, appreciating the various scale and the pedestrian level ideas. And it doesn't mean that you have to always look back and be a traditionalist, that you can have very contemporary design and still kind of believe in context. I think the other idea about context is site specificity. I think that little pavilion that we did in Allentown, drawing from the inspiration of music, drawing the inspiration of tapestries, I don't big stadiums that are built in the city. That's a kind of a big scale issue, but I've noticed and engage. That's the most fun about being an architect, is to get somebody to smile when they go by your building, not because the architecture is so great, but they get the idea that you are appreciating the context and why they want to live in the city and why you want to live in the city. That's some of the fun about this.
I think it's a crucial general point. As a short comment from my side. We to refer to our symposium we held in Karlsruhe. This is about the notion of Gestalt and the Genius Loci, so what makes a place to a place, and this is the issue of context also, and context refers to the overall systemic fabric. Unfortunately, there is no English translation for Gestalt. It's Gestalt. Okay, it's a whole. It's a structured. It's a structured whole. Being in proportion and relation of the parts to each other. And this relates for me in a very positive sense also to be reformulated for now and for the future. It relates to Renaissance architecture. For instance, the Renaissance architect Alberti, he spoke about congenitas, and he said that the congenitas is the belonging together of elements in a harmonic and human scaled way to form a whole, a proportioned whole. Essential thing, at least. Not just concentrating on this ecological and technological aspects. The second point is this Amazon example. This is coining, in my eyes, this splintering urbanism phenomenon. We have the solitaire, and the powerful solitaire, creating its own space of power, completely neglecting the environment. Neither if the environment is a natural one or is the built environment of a cityscape. It doesn't matter. The function counts, and this is an expression of power of its own rank. I do not care what is around me. I just simply do not care. I need a logistics and the logistics space and the function, and that's it. Two short comments on this interesting projects. How to make something new inside an existing urban fabric, also inside an existing entity, which we want to change in a positive direction. We cannot build on the green meadow anymore, so like we could do with the classical ideal city. So we make it anew, okay. But what if we cannot make it anew? Also in your project, Claire, what if we have to take the existing entities, the historically grown and the systemic resilience of this neo liberalist splintering urbanism phenomenon. So Amazon is independent from us and our considerations and will remain so.
I've got an Amazon point. Can I play devil's advocate?
Yeah, please.
And I'm going to use this this Amazon warehouse. I've got 3 examples. I've just thought of it. 3 different parts of the world, 3 different gigantic Amazon warehouses. Outside Chennai in India, where I fly into. Outside Manchester, where I live, where's my home. And just down the road here, between where I am here and San Francisco, the 3 enormous Amazon warehouses. Each of these places has culture, place, communities, but they all think of the Amazon warehouse as the greatest thing to have happened to their city. Mm-hmm. It's the same building. There's no windows. It's huge. The people who work, and the reason that's given, and the reason these buildings in all 3 places have been waived given permits is the simple economic argument. There are no jobs. The gig economy, as horrible as it is the only job people are going to get, or we are going to offer. And that money will eventually trickle down into the local economy. So it's seen as a wonderful thing, even though we all agree it's there's a lot of damage that it causes. So I'm just putting it on the table that in some places, the Amazon warehouse and the culture that it signifies is actually seen as a wonderful cultural addition. That make these decisions. Positive viewpoint themselves. I'm just, this is not my opinion, it's my observation.
That's a
Well,
good point.
I think,
yeah.
I think this gets to kind of related to which is the role of the kind of economic powers, and whether it was the university in Sam's case, right? Where they really held all the cards, including some of the homes, or whether it's Amazon on the outskirts of a neighborhood, or even it's an airport, right? Where people have to commute out to an airport, but they live somewhere else. You know, we have a long history of sometimes the drivers of our places we live being those decisions being made by drivers outside of the neighborhoods themselves, right? Or where people are living. So I was really interested in how Sam dealt with those 2 forces. The fact that many homes, right, were being actually bought by the university, which probably raised the cost of homes in that neighborhood for people. And at the same time, the clearing of the 2 blocks, and then trying to make those blocks in a way that they weren't a gated community in a sense. Mm-hmm. And what I would offer is, I think the core problem we're all dealing with is this concept of writ large. just to see how it works.
Mhm.
And surrounded by sea parking, or Google, like where you are, Jateen, I'm assuming you're in the Bay Area. Have any of us tried to wander into the Apple headquarters or impossible? Like these corridors of power are not like cities or neighborhoods or Allentown, where you can walk by the theater and imagine things happening in it. So I think that the bigger problem we're dealing with is the things that have true control over people's lives. You don't have an architecture or an urbanism of accessibility to them at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I guess my position is fine the Amazon warehouse, fine the Google headquarters, but none of those things are all going to be a fad, and they'll be taken on by the next thing, and they'll be dinosaurs, because eventually their power is going to wane and be taken over by something else. And we're left with these, which we have been with steel mills and everything else. Society is then left with the carcasses of this.
That's a good point. And the dinosaurs lived for a long time. No? And what we do with this special kind is carcass cultural history. Also the part of the cultural history and heritage we do not want, at least not in aesthetic terms and regarding place and Alberti and congenitas and all this. This is one aspect. And the other aspect is the systemic deserving the name, for instance, your approach, Claire, or Sam's approach. If we cannot build on the green meadow, in a positive way, this was Jateen's approach to make it anew. Okay, but what if we cannot do it? And what if we are confronted with this kind of systemic resilience? What to make really new then for new communities? Such a context.
Yeah, I'm not convinced it's a fad, and that really depresses me. And I mean, working with young people and is the instantaneous notion of being able to get anything you want. It's also the demise of newspapers, that everyone really wants to read everything online, and we didn't even touch on the other thing. Another windowless buildings that every 10,000 photos I have saved on my phone, they're all saved in the cloud. And there is no cloud. They're windowless storage centers that use up tremendous amounts of water and energy for air conditioning, for all those. There's farm. To help to mitigate some of those things as they're going.
even if the historic fabric is a kind of systemic resilience we outline. What we can do for the better, as a still, this is at the point, and
Right.
and the
But you know, the
alternative.
construction of these is dropping off. So I just wanted to say that the construction of those, even within the last year, the real estate values and the number of construction of them is dropping off. And, you know, even various things we thought would always be popular. Fronts. People were thought, Soho, this is over. Soho is a bidding war for retail spaces right now. It's that you cannot find an empty storefront in New York Soho neighborhood. You know, part of the ginning up of the distribution warehouses wasn't only, some very important centers had a lot of jobs. Some of them were just speculation. So in convincing the university, talking in the neighborhood, looking at, I don't know that is actually, or what Jateen did, we have yet to convince people that actually is the role of architects, and it's super valuable. Even by cities, just I feel like we've taken a back seat to asserting that role.
Yeah. Teaching, making young students the next generation of architects.
There's hope for change. Relate to the next presentation of Hugo Lobo. Signea Group is also a new approach, and
points. I think we have to wait.
Marco?
Yeah, I mean, we are waiting for you. You've counted.
Okay. Okay. Again, restart. 3, 2, 1.
All right.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Let's continue with your presentation from the Segnea group. Huh? Please.
Okay. Hello. I'm Hugo Lobo from Zegna Group. I'm the CEO of our company. We develop our work in the field of the architecture and construction. It's a challenging work and responsibility because we are in the same we are the designer and the builder and the owner in the whole process. But it's in the same way it's very good because we can permit us to involve every aspect of our work and trying to make a whole scene that is in our point of view, it's a very good experience until now. So we're gonna start. First of all, I would like to begin by extending my greeting to the honorable panel of speakers, the entire audience, and express our gratitude for the request to take part in this workshop made by our friend Ulrich. It is a great pleasure for us to be here and have the opportunity to contribute to the discussion, share our thoughts, and engage with you on what concerns us, what we seek to incorporate into the discourse of our work and our understanding of architecture. Building ecological or simply make architecture. Understand this statement as a provocation, a stimulus for developing thinking that will enable us to look at the issue of ecology, sustainability, and the principles of green from a different perspective. We are presenting a construction solution, in this case, M-Plan system, that relies on the embodies of any architectural form, using only natural materials, wood, hemp fiber, lime, and water. In its purest form, the system develops through the combination of only these elements in the materialization of an architectural body. Wood, as a structural element, like the skeleton, ensures the solidity and the strength of the building. The mixture of hemp fibers with lime, minerals, and water materializes the walls, the ceilings, and the floor, ensuring the technical performance of the building in terms of thermal, acoustic, and fire reaction, acting as a natural skin for protecting and defining on the interior and exterior. The building presents itself as an organism, a living architectural body, with a limited use of different materials, avoiding points of weakness between materials. This body breathes and allows breathing, promoting a continuous unfiltered indoor air quality, naturally balancing humidity and CO2 concentration inside the building. Technically, this solution presents itself as a valid way to address the demand of current sustainability, which nowadays, in a common view, it's referred as new materials and advertised as eco-houses. The importance of finding materials and construction systems that allow us to build and create cities in response to the demands of a constantly changing society is unquestionable. However, it is equally necessary to talk about architecture and its development process and not to isolate its materiality from the rest of the process. To some extent, I recognize that the difficulty in debating this issue, accepting alternative construction systems rather than industrialized process, is related to this approach of analyzing architecture as individual chapters, discussing its problems separately, while its genesis necessarily involves an integrated understanding of all its aspects. This is where some of the misconceptions of today arise, such as green architecture, eco houses, or even building ecological. But what is this build ecological? Why is it considered something recent or new and so essential in the current discourse? We live in an era hostage by the word new, constantly aiming for a word we never heard, a concept that defines a significant shift, the search for an innovative solution, the ideal solution. We believe that the ideal solution should not be reduced to its materiality, but rather to the effort that the body makes it in its experience. We understand the end solution as a matter that promotes a normalization of the heartbeat of the built body. We look to end system not as innovation, but inspiration. Inspiration requires acquiring knowledge, sharing, validating a past contemporaneity. Inspiration is collaboration, cooperation, observation, and knowledge absorption, all of which open up other perspectives, contemporary perspectives in the present. In the same way, building is a form of cooperation involving mutual help and collaboration among people, institutions, generations, science, disciplines, knowledge. Ecology refers to the interpretation of the relationship among living beings with each other and with their environment, their context. Etymologically, the word ecology comes from Greek, echo or oikos, meaning house, and logos, meaning knowledge, reasoning. We could appraise that build ecological is therefore building the house with knowledge. And what is this if not making architecture? In the abstract of this workshop, we can read this question: what does it take for a new architecture that inherits these aspects, social and economic ecology, and considers the community aspect of architecture? In my purest naivety, I would pragmatically answer, simply make architecture. How can we build in an ecological way and at the same time contribute to the construction of a community in its social and cultural aspects? Simply make architecture. We understand architecture as the embodiment of something with knowledge, considering and respecting the relationship between living beings and their environment, the beings that inhabit it and their contexts, the relationship between human and its environment. And isn't this the essence of building community, a healthy community? Here, we move away from architecture as a simple act of design, of planning the object, often isolated in its materiality or solely driven by the will of its promoter and as the intellectual property of its author. We are interested in architecture that inspires and is inspired, collaborates, transcends the limits imposed by bureaucratic matters, that promotes a valid reply to its needs, its purpose, its use, and engages with its contemporaneity. We seek to understand ecological construction as the main principle of any architectural conception. When it manifests, architecture appears at the basis for building a sustainable society, the construction of a healthy community. This is how we approach the topic of sustainability in architecture, as something integrated and inherent to the entire process, to the entire thought of making architecture. It shouldn't be analyzed in a fragment way, only just from a scientific and technological perspective, as part of a checklist of current social, political, or generational requirements. Instead, it should be seen as a key part of the development process of a body that will coexist in our ecosystem. This analogy allows us to approach the theme of sustainability in a more conscious, sensitive, and understandable manner. Instead of using imposition as a resource, it seeks an awareness in the pursuit of a balance that should always be the basis for any social discussion. From here, the objective is to find a balance in this architectural body regarding itself and its relationship with the environment. This balance, which we define as sustainability, demands a rationalization and conscious management, not only for matter, but also for the three elements that define its existence as resources: space, matter, and life. The way we approach these three elements in any conception of an architectural body will define the conditions for architecture to express itself, to manifest in a natural way, respecting its environment and its purpose as an integral part of an ecosystem, of a community, as a community builder, respecting values, needs, and generating culture. In our professional practice, in recent years, we have sought to think and contribute to this discussion, presenting and developing discourses about what concerns us and deserves our reflection. Space, matter, life are connected to express our reflection on how we see architecture, how it manifests, and how we approach the theme of sustainability. Talking about space in architecture opens up a broad discussion where space acquires a wide range of definitions. Here, we are interested in addressing space as physical, the physical occupation of a specific architectural body on the territory, its appropriation in contact with the ground, in the horizontal plane, and its elevated appropriation from the ground in the vertical plane. The space that is defined in its use and definition, the public and the private, the exterior and interior, the solid and the void, the built and the unbuilt. We understand this space as a limited resource in our ecosystem, which requires a conscious rationalization. As a limited resource, it calls for mindful management in its use and distribution. The exhibition we present at Sam Space Existence 2023 embodies a collection in which we promote a reflective conversation with the observer, an invitation to discuss the theme of sustainability in architecture and construction. We aim for the concept of sustainability to be understood and discussed in a more expansive perspective, in some way, freeing this concept from a pure count of carbon footprints, matter properties, or resource consumption. Instead, we are interested in approaching this concept in the field of space, identifying it as a spatial sustainability. Based on the idea of space as an habitable one, the free space, we are looking to explore what we call non-space, the non-useful space, the surplus. As a result, we pretend to emphasize the spatial sustainability, something that we could call the formal and programmatic recycling, in order to maximize the positive space, reducing the waste of the non-spaces. The collection developer appropriates this no-space exhibition, the hallway, in which we express our messages, essentially raising questions that do not require an immediate answer, but rather promote thinking and a reflection on them. Through the collection, we identify 5 moments: surplus space, empty space, expectant space, undecided space, and the space walker, which we identify as common sins in the excessive use of this resource in the design of an architectural object and in its spatial quality. Matter. In the Menopause exhibition, we understand matter as the physical composition of a specific architectural body, all the elements that make up its body, its existence. The term menopause presents itself as a provocative and perceptive notion due to its proximity to the term menopause, under which all the changes in the female body mark the moment of fertility loss. As a metaphor for this transformation, the body of our world is undergoing significant changes in its natural capacity as a life-generating organism, demanding behaviors, urgent changes, both individuals and their communities. The Menopause exhibition encourages us to reflect on our human condition as individuals who organize space, construct cities, and consequently define a society. In parallel with the
compressed wood fibers in order to create a sustainable, or that's a pre-existing technology that you're working on and that you've decided to adopt it for most of your projects?
Yeah, this is a part of our work. It's a partnership we have with a Denmark company that development this system, this construction system, and we development this partnership because we try to find some responses, some other ways of doing, not conventional, how we are habituated to do, and we find this company, and in the since the first time that we met and start to talk, it seems like a valid response, a valid possibility to make an alternative or to the conventional ways of doing. It's hard. It's a long journey because the founder of the company in Denmark, it's a very passionate person about his concept, and he think maybe his process is the solution for save the world, and the only solution for the sustainability. And we don't believe in that. We believe that's the solution. Now it's our part. The solution is to make architecture, and if you make architecture and find the right response for the projects, to the problem, to the context, and to whatever, the things can result. Not the materiality, only the matter. No, and yeah, we develop our work. We are designers, we are architects, and we build at the same time. We make all the process, and permit us to create some kind of experimental work in some point, and that is the reason that we try to find and participate in expositions, try to find and make models, try to, and in parallel we work normally. We build the conventional, and we have to make our work.
I have a question, a follow-up. Is that, correct me if I'm wrong, is that round earth? Are you using earth?
I'm sorry?
The material for your walls, is that round earth? Is that the main material?
Earth?
No.
I think it's a compressed wood fiber, Jateen.
Compressed wood fiber.
Hemp fiber.
Hemp fiber.
Okay, right. And is that structural, or are you using it as infill?
Structural is timber.
Timber is structural. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So I have a very, very boring architect's question. Does that allow? Do these materials allow your buildings to be insured?
Building?
Because it's not fireproof.
Yes, I mean, is it? Are you able to get insurance for your buildings because of the materials?
Yeah, the normal insurance. See the normal insurance. The construction system that are certificated. There are no fire. There are fire resistance. They como é que se diz cumprir?
they are established to the European norms.
Okay.
So they are according to the European norms, and for that the material have fire reaction. It doesn't have
fire rated. Okay.
And also it has a lot of other characteristics like the humidity, because the material also captures the CO2. So that's why it's a material that we think it's a valid solution, but not only the solution to all the problems that we are talking here.
Yes. Now the reason I ask is because in the UK, a number of architects and house builders are using hemp. They use hemp cassettes to make infill walls, and they are struggling with insurance and fire rating. It doesn't comply. And there's a big debate going on right now exactly about what you're saying. It's a trade-off between the advantages and the benefits which you've presented with compliance with one section of regulations.
That's
why I'm raising it.
There are some difficulties in some countries because there are different norms, we know that there are some struggling situations in some points of the world. But the system we talk, it's a little bit different that the system in the hemp with blocks, because these are making site. There are no juntas, no joints in the.
Yes, I noticed. Yes.
The wall and the roof are the same piece. There are no. So the structure, the timber is perfectly covered by the wall. It's a little bit different to make in blocks.
Yes. So the projects which I've seen are you make hemp panels in cassettes, big cassettes, like a wall panel, and then it infills.
It's something like that. You can build the structure, and then you have the mixer that is the composition of the materials, the lime, the fiber, and the water with the minerals, and then you can fill up the structure, and that's what makes the wall.
Okay, and this is a new technique? So are you training contractors and people to make this, or how does this work?
Okay, this is the debate that we have with the founder of the process.
Because this is a perfect technique.
That is not a new technique. It's a vernacular technique with some kind of different perspective, a different vision, and adapted to the contemporaneity. You know, because this is like the construction on Earth, and what you do in India, it's the same way. You pick up a little bit of the earth and make the blocks, and it's not a new material. It's a new language that you give to the building. It's not a new material. This is the same way. In the point that you talk about the form of the construction, it's a very simple process. A very, very simple process. And with 2 or 3 days to training, you have to have an engineer that can guarantee the perfect execution of the work. But to make the work, somebody can do it. It's very
anyone can do it. Okay.
Is the same way that you do in India.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
It's not necessary a lot of knowledge of construction and so on. There are no machines. Just a mixer.
Mixer. Yes.
Nothing more. just a mixer in the process.
A mixer, and you have to ram it. Is it to compress it? How do you?
No. The mixer makes the mixture, you know, and you put the manually the mixture in the walls. It's
okay, right.
Very simple. A very simple process and a relatively fast process, you know.
Okay, good, really interesting.
Okay.
Another question, sorry, Ulrich, do you want to go ahead?
No, please go. Huh?
These look really elegant and beautiful designs. I mean, they look like sort of luxury designer houses.
It's our work. A lot with less. Create opportunities. It's what we defend in our presentation. And what I'm trying to say to you, if we put our work, our knowledge to the community, to the service to the people, you can able beautiful spaces, beautiful pieces, or
yes, exactly.
Yes. So with not so much money, with not so.
Yes, it has a universal application.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Yeah, the others, what do you think about it? No? I was really convinced of this combination, this one example of this one house you made. The freedom of form in making really beautiful spaces with this new material. Also this combination is fantastic because as I addressed in the beginning of our workshop, my prevailing conception of recent eco-architecture, my God, this is ugly, this is ugly, this is ugly. These are rabbit boxes on a zero carbon level, fine. And where is the architecture behind it? Because you mentioned this connection between oikos, logos, and life. And an ugly architecture cannot provide life. This is excluding. And what do you think about community building? So when we compare it, your approach, when we compare it to the approach of Sam, to the approach of Claire, and also to the approach of Jateen. And these are two different approaches. So we can build on the green meadow anew. So this is Jateen. I'm oversimplifying, okay? And on the other hand, we can take an existing, historically grown, evolved urban fabric and to implant something new inside that fabric, as Sam tried, as Claire tried. How could your approach provide a new approach to refurbishing existing urban fabrics with new projects planted in it, in the existing fabric?
And I respond to you in that way. You tell that our approach is more or less transversal for every presentation, because it's simple, because everyone we are talk about architecture, and when we talk about architecture, independent of the program, of the context, we talk about the same thing. Mm-hmm. Is that the point? And talking about culture and what can I say is there are different levels about culture that we can talk about that, but the simplicity of about this process it's similar like Jateen can do in India. You can make a house. You can with collaboration with your family, with your friends, trying to integrate not so specialized persons to make your house you can make in a natural form.
Yeah.
You can and at your rhythm, not buying a house and have that cost a lot of money. You can make it at your rhythm, at your velocity. In our perspective, in not focusing on the materiality, what we defend it's the ecology it's integrated, not only the material or the green thing. It's integrated with the space, the material, and the life. And if you can join these three elements, and possibly are others, and my colleagues can talk about other things. But if we believe that if you can join these three elements, when you treat the space, the material, and the life, you are making architecture. And if you are making architecture, you are contributing to the society. You are contributing to the wellness of the public space. And when you do that, you make culture. you make the community. This
fact,
what we understand about the culture.
This was very appealing to me as this three integrated elements, and also from oikos, logos, and life, and that's in the end the integration of these entities, no? And the point, this is one aspect, and the other aspect is as regards the natural city for community, and this would be a general point for the conclusions already. I do not want to go to the conclusions right now, but it relates to. There are 2 points. First, what if the community, the future inhabitants, will at least co-design their place to live? No? For instance, jetzt in case of your architectural approach, what would be if you as an architect would provide only an architectural framework and incorporate future inhabitants of your new architecture to co-design this new architecture? This is a completely different approach from the principle. If you compare it with the ideal city approach, the normal, the traditional approach to ideal cities, no, is there is one architectural mastermind designing the ideal city. And what we deal with today were masterminds designing ideal cities in smaller or larger parts, no? In the end, or let's say ideal places for communities. No? What if the community itself, the inhabitants, the future inhabitants, would be incorporated in the design process? This is one step further than in Jateen's project. No? In Jateen's project, we have still, and this is not meant a negative, and not at all. We have the single planner and designer, the artist who designs the space to be for the community. What if the community participates actively and directly in the design of that space? This is one point. The other point is what we do with the existing cultural heritage.
Yeah. So I'm trying to do, but see for this point of view, in my opinion, is not so directly the or objective the response. But I think the community always participates in the design of the project, and I'm trying to explain, because we as architects, we have to have this cuidado, this care when we design something. And if you have this care of design something to the society, to the community, to be integrated in the public space, when you don't design the object isolated, or simply what you want in your conception, or the biggest tower or something else, when you design for community are participating in the design, not reunion to 20,000 people in the sketchbook and
clear.
I have to we have to feel and be sensitive. What are the needs of the context? What are the needs of the society and the community in the context that where you are working? And if you have this care, you are integrate the community in the design.
Okay. Okay. I deliberately as opposed my question in this way, as in a perspective way, as if we come to the logical end, as then we would have this alternative. The inhabitants are designing by themselves their ideal spaces, no matter how they will look like. No?
I think the way they look will become important. I've tried what we call co-design in some countries, and there are definite merits to it. Either I'm not very good at it, but in one of the projects in India, we tried to design another community building with the community, and what they wanted and what they were designing and visualizing was something a bit like Disneyland.
This is the danger.
And it's utterly, I mean, it's the opposite end of the windowless Amazon warehouse box. This is just all bells and whistles, colors, everything flashing lights. And there's no way you could make that sustainable. It would blow the grid, right? It's incredible.
I think just.
I think it was more about. Sorry.
You have to set the parameters. Obviously, I think that project I showed 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, when we talked about designing on a gray a site in New Mexico, about what you tell the different constituents they have, even giving them wooden blocks to move particular pieces around. Because I was really struck here by Hugo that. And I know, Jateen, your reaction against luxury housing and how you've moved the other direction, but the one that was a clinic where all these pieces were pulled apart and there was these wonderful courtyards between all the various pieces. And to me, that was pretty great, because I think the way the community get involved is, how do you take this technology of this compressed hemp and do multifamily housing out of it? And could a lot of it be modular? Could a lot of it be, as you showed, some panelized, they're almost like SIPS panels, structural insulated panel systems that we have here in the United States, and then create a series of modulars that are pulled apart to create courtyards between, so that you can get light and air and cross ventilation to make them sustainable at the same time. I think that's how I think that the moving away from the luxury housing market and moving into multifamily, so that there's more of a democratization of the design process.
That's an interesting aspect. No? Yeah. What do you think about it?
I wanted just to kind of add in the issue about land. Like, who owns the land is really the critical part here. Actually, more than especially to allow building techniques like compressed hemp, but also to allow courtyards between things and to have the opportunity. The enlightened client thing, and even the enlightened community thing, comes from a point of view where, whether it's a group of people, an individual, feels like they have control with the architects over decision making. And in so many instances, that there's a lack of access to land with that level of control. And I think that's really the challenging part about making some of this stuff happen. And like, you know, there's I don't know, it's probably true in Europe too, but in the United States, there's all these new cities. China, I know there is, but there's all these cities that are in, you know, Arizona, other places that various developers are planning that are kind of standalone cities or suburbs with some sort of city-like things. And I was curious what everyone thought about these completely new cities and how they would and how they're thinking of approaching that problem.
And what they did, how they approached it.
What they think in light of everyone's sort of learnings and what they do, how would they approach that problem if given that commission, you know? If you were given that commission, how would you approach that?
Okay. Yeah, I said I deliberately addressed this other perspective as bringing it to its logical end, as the community point. The community participates actively in designing its own ideal space. No?
But I really think that that's a fallacy, you know, just to argue about it. The community, if they're designing a space within a constrained box, right? And they're not feeling like they're paying for it and they don't feel like they own the land. Then in a sense, we're back to this, you know, it's a different, we've got a very, I'll call it patriarchal method of delivering architecture that this sort of, you know, we're giving everyone the gift of stuff is very different than the kind of vision of an artist. Like, you don't want a design committee, but on the other hand, we are in a housing and some of these things is at a point where really it's the land and access to land that is more critical than anything else. Like there's patterns where one entity owns mostly everything, and therefore the opportunities for community are very limited, whether it's a university owning everything, whether it's a Amazon owning everything, whether it's right. So actually the opportunity for communities to have some say in how they organize the site and land really has a lot to do with whether they have any actual power over those decisions. Because otherwise you're just asking them to pick the equivalent of picking tile colors, which I don't think is truly community participation. It makes much more sense that the community, like Jateen spoke about, is an active workforce and they are actively creating, you know?
For creating the sense of identity and belonging.
That to me is more powerful than sitting in a room and saying you're designing things with blocks. If you don't have power over the land and the decision making around land.
Well, you know, there was an article in the Times recently about how in Indonesia they're building a brand new capital from scratch. They're moving out of Jakarta because it's too crowded, and they want to have a brand new capital in place by 2045, which is incredibly ambitious. But there's nothing that I've been able to find so far about how is that process being carried out. Who are the quote master planners, and how are they soliciting information in order to create a successful new city on that scale? I mean, I think that's just an incredible idealized view. And how do you make it be able to evolve over time? Because it's gonna grow and technologies change, but that's a massive scale for a brand new project.
That's Nusantara, isn't it?
It's what?
Isn't it called Nusantara?
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, they started clearing the rainforests for it.
Nusantara, exactly. But you know, I think Arizona is just like the worst place to build a brand new city, between the amount of energy for air conditioning and the amount of water related issues. But everyone seems to want to move to the Southwest.
This is it's an additional aspect, but I deliberately introduced as this topic, this idea of the ideal city, because as one perspective amongst others, as one perspective, one could say all these approaches in a positive sense, all this community, as let's make architectural frames for making a better community. So for generating, you cannot make a better community in a direct way. A better community, a better sociability as it can evolve, can be generated. But let's say architecture as a whole. Architecture can provide the frame in the built physical space for generating a better community. And this in the end, in traditional terms, is the topic of the ideal city. And then we have different possibilities. We can make something ideal inside an existing evolved entity. So we accept history and cultural heritage as it is and make something new inside its terms, or we make it all anew. And this was the point with the green meadow. And this leads to my other question. What we do with the existing cultural heritage. No? For instance, what we do with a non-carbon neutral Gothic cathedral, what we do with it, and how this new architecture, also in cases where it's really a beautiful architecture, so like these cases from Jateen or this house from Hugo, or your approaches with this campus, which is really very good. How to integrate this new kind of architecture, how to reconciliate it with the existing cultural heritage we have. What a new community does with the old cultural heritage, despite looking at it as a great museum place. No? How to make the cultural heritage alive in new architectural concepts.
Well, old buildings can be readapted and reused.
Mm-hmm.
So my city of Manchester is full of 18th and 19th century huge buildings which have been completely readapted for reuse. And that includes churches, schools, mills, factories, everything. And if we're talking about sustainability, the most sustainable thing to do is to readapt and reuse, is to not knock anything down.
Mm-hmm.
But that is a challenge that we face in places like India, where there is no very, very limited concept of heritage. You just erase everything. And before you know it, you turn into Saudi Arabia and you recreate your historic cities, from scratch.
Yeah.
You rebuild your heritage, which you have erased.
Mm-hmm.
So I think architects are very, very engaged, certainly from my experience, in readapting and reusing heritage. And there's a lot of specialization in it as well. And a lot of heritage buildings, when they are readapted, certainly involve the community. So it's not just big scale buildings, it's even small houses. And there's a lot of really positive examples, certainly in the UK, which I'm seeing. It's a growing movement.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
It's not really
about. You know what I would add to that is that what in the United States is a growing realization that cultural heritage and history, which even may have been erased, like in the case of Africa Town and the Clotilda, and that even if it's erased because people try to erase it, which is the case of many Black American sites, that those sites themselves have value and therefore can be the locus of a real discussion about what should be there. And I was also noticing, even in the Biennale, discussion of the value of even sites that are below grade, have been built over by other civilizations. But I do think it's less about a building that in its time is considered attractive, but actually the idea of that there were cultures and stories and narratives that we can really learn from. And by unearthing them and reinterpreting and having community discussion around them, we might be actually getting to something of which the architecture was the result. So it's not the end form to just restore. I think preservation, I hope, is really changing. Not just, it is this reimagining, not just, which I think everyone talked about, but like, how do you get to kind of not losing the kind of real histories of places?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I think that's where community does play a part and does raise its voice, because it is about identifying landmarks where you live, no matter how modest they may be.
Mm-hmm.
And people do that, you know, places are very much part of people's identity. And certainly back in the UK, there's communities will fight tooth and nail to avoid anything being demolished, no matter how insignificant, and it's got nothing at all to do with architectural merit or importance. It's because it's a place. Mm-hmm. There's an emotional value to it.
Right. I think flexibility and durability, those are the two key words. Buildings that are easily adaptable are the ones that are most likely to be saved. And it's something that we should strive for ourselves as practitioners, to create durable and flexible buildings.
Mm-hmm. Okay. This could be a way to reconcile the urge for the new with the keeping of the existing, as the cultural heritage, but not in a passive way. Huh? Also, if I understood it properly, as this new approaches, as it could reconcile a latent conflict, at least a latent conflict. Okay. What have been your main conclusions out of the workshop today? So after all these approaches having been presented, for you, is there some fazit, some focal point you can say, okay, as this is at the core of the issue, or there are some critical factors which are really critical, really essential, as a common to the approaches presented today?
Okay, I'll go first. Before I lose my voice completely. I think it's been a really positive get together and sharing of ideas and work. Architecture can be quite a solitary and painful profession. I don't enjoy it. I hate being an architect. I don't enjoy it. And it's really, events like this are very supportive, because we find that you're not alone. There's a commonality of ideas. You find that so many people are doing the same thing, but in different parts of the world, and very successfully. And I think the really encouraging thing I've taken from this is how architecture as a profession is obviously not just about designing buildings, but it's a solution to so many problems, or it can be an active solution to so many issues, whether it's environmental, it's about housing, it's about economics, it's about social conditions, right across the scale, whether it's in New York, Pennsylvania, Portugal, or India and China. There's a universal application to it. And that comes with a double-edged thing, because it also makes me realize how excluded we are from decision-making, from being active participants. Mm-hmm. I can list in the last 12 months so many projects, local projects, where I have had to elbow my way to the table just to be heard. You know, and the idea that a local council in Manchester is not even interested in asking a local architect an opinion of what is happening to the town or city is quite scary. So you have to actually make your value, you have to sell your value as opposed to sell yourself as an architect. So that's been a very encouraging thing, that we as architects and the profession of architecture does have a place, it does have a relevance, but it just needs to engage much more. So that's been a very encouraging learning from this session.
Mhm. In which direction there should be more engagement?
Well, we've seen a scope of different contexts today, and everywhere architecture has made a positive contribution. But it means as architects we have had to work in a very non-conventional way. So whether it's Claire knowing her enormous city and knowing the neighborhoods and sort of different resonances, to me sort of going to a different part of India and figuring out what the problems were and filling the blanks through architecture. There's a positive contribution has been made in so many different fields. I just feel our voices are not heard, or we have to try really damn hard to be heard.
Okay.
I don't know what the others think, but that was my positive learning from this session.
Okay.
May I say something?
Yeah, please. Wait.
I'll just
pass over to Sean.
Yes, thank you again for presenting. It was really exciting listening to your presentations. What I've noticed is that we all have been talking about communities as something very extremely local. And I somehow have the perception that like a contractor or a big investor, he is the exact opposite of being local. He doesn't live in the areas that his or her buildings are being built, and so has no connection to the community. And I think it's interesting, and like all of these things that have been said today, how could you, like, would it be possible to invite, like, I'm asking very naively as an artist and not as somebody who is in the architecture world, is it possible to invite, investors, city planners to something like this, to the symposium or a workshop? Is that something that you can imagine as an architect? Because I'm as an artist, you really have to invite, people to your exhibitions. And so how is it for an architect? Do you invite investors to like exhibitions or like something like this?
Can I say something? Can I respond?
Yeah, clear. We are discussing.
I'm saying that form. It's not easy. It's a very hard. And Jateen says, make architecture. Maybe is the evil work in the world, because it's not easy when we work with the money of the promoters. They just look to the profits. They just look to the what they gonna earn about the they don't have are concerned about the community, about the design, about the aspect of the building or the space that we create. In the most part of the problem is working with the money and the profits. So I understand the question, and yeah, it's a very good idea to bring that people to the discussion, but they just want to know how I'm gonna earn with this. So I think to say what we feel about that. And bring the words of Jateen, architecture is a universal language. Architecture is yes, the architecture is universal, but architecture is a universal language. Every person understands this language, and we feel that is a universal language because emotion is universal. And Jateen says. In the building in the India, that the people still emotion when see the space. Peter Zumthor calls atmosphere of the building. Baeza calls the suspension of time. When I enter in some building and I feel the suspension of time. I think the architecture is the language and the of the architecture is this. We to make good architecture, we as architects we have to catch this feeling in the buildings that we draw. It's not easy. It's not in every single programs or but they are needed. And in the buildings, in the public space, we talk about the quality of public space, and we discuss why the people go or no, or if they are como é que se diz, as passadeiras, for pedestrians or something else, but the people go to the spaces if they feel well in the space. More than have, and sorry Claire, more than have a restaurant or more than have music, or the people want to feel well, because I when I go to a beach, there are no music and I feel well. I heard the sound of the water. I breathe the fresh air. It's a lot of elements in the nature that you can bring us to a state of feeling and a state of mind that I want to feel in some kind of public spaces. So and I make that provocative. If we as architects we don't have to rethink the public space. Not so about the commerce, not all about the food or other functions, but what this public space can bring to the community. I want to go there and feeling well. And yes, I think is our work as architects, is our work not to bring the promoters or the people with money to these discussions. Is our work to pass the message to these guys, and we have to discuss.
Yeah, but it's a latent conflict. I'm making the advocatus diaboli. It's a in pronouncing. It's a latent conflict. Money, as Oswald Spengler said, A Decline of the Occident. That's a interesting book. As Oswald Spengler said, the number is lifeless. And there is a conflict between the number, this profit-driven behavior outlined, together with its systemic resilience it built up on the one hand, and on the other hand, we have the need for good architecture in the end for communities. How to align these two goals? These are two principal conflicting goals. as you said it, a profit does not need beauty. It does not need community. Profit making is a very, very individual issue in the end. I can make profit, only I, the respective individual, and that's it, even if it is company profit. So, and on the other hand, we have community.
Let me say one thing.
Yeah.
And go back to Jateen again. Jateen shows us a cost of the building, and maybe 125 euros for meter square.
Yes, that's right.
And the ugly construction, because that is not architecture, it's construction. It's two kind of different things. One is construction, other thing is architecture, and the other ugly construction is 250.
It's double, 250.
Okay.
No.
Why don't make better, less cost, and more beauty? Why? What is the reason? Because if I present that to a promoter, a private promoter, I think is not necessary. There is no doubt.
No.
I mean, I think that this is a very good argument. The issue is that it took Jateen's time. It's not faster. It actually takes other people. It takes involvement. So that's what, people say it's just about money. But then when they hear that other people have power, that it takes a process, that it takes time, then they will never admit it. But then you find out it's not just about money. It's about other things.
Yeah. And this is at the point I was after also. In the end, it's about other things. This profit maximizing mentality, one could say, is one expression of a patriarchal culture of long tradition rooted in establishing organizational spaces of power. And one outcome is making profits. But this is only one possible outcome. The major issue is control. As a thesis, just as a thesis. And in the end, we are speaking about worldviews and mindsets and not about profit. What do you think about that?
Well, it depends who controls the money.
Controlling the money is a result of having power.
Right, so it's a really kind of dumb thing to say, but it's about who controls the money. So on certain projects, like the social development projects I do, I take on more roles than a normal architect would, because I want to control the flow of money.
Okay.
And I charge fees for that. I charge extra fees. But what I do is I channel the money so it has maximum community benefit. So I'm not paying a contractor. I pay directly to workers. There's no percentage. There's no profit.
Yeah.
There's no overheads. And the cost savings and the value is enormous. Now, that's not possible on every project, and you certainly would not even think of negotiating a position like that on most projects. But in certain situations, in certain contexts, it's definitely worth pushing for that. If you can make a difference. The only thing I would say is if you get it wrong, you've had it. You will damage people's lives. You will create a catastrophe.
Yeah.
So you've got to control the money, but if you know how to do it. But I think if you look at any sort of breakdown of costs on any building, the amount of money that goes in profits, contingencies, preliminaries, non-building, it's enormous. And professional fees are very small. So it's where does that money go? Who's taking the? I mean, what are you paying for?
Yeah. And what's about, seen from this background, no? What's about Claire's point? It's not only about money.
Clearly not only about money. Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Okay.
It was a question.
Although I think Jateen answered it by saying he basically he became the bank, the developer, that he created a way for the money to be put in a design framework that allowed the project and the spatial and formal and other to happen, and without someone stepping in and creating a framework for the money to act in. If it's just pure money, it's not going to act in the way that these projects happen.
Yes, that's right. We did at the start of that project, I did a diagram to the client of the flow of money on a conventional building project in his town, in the client's town. And then we just tweaked a couple of arrows and said, if you take this middleman out, if you take this project manager out, you take this contractor out, look at the flow of money, look who benefits. But the question was, the problem was, having suggested that, I had to do it.
Yeah.
But it goes back to the point of, if you look at a construction project, just look at how much money, just break down the money and see where it goes. It's frightening. See who does what. And the architects, I'm sure all the architects on the panel will agree, it doesn't come to us. Our fees, no matter what responsibility we take, is very small. It's a very small percentage.
Okay. Given the circumstances, all the circumstances, what could be a perspective, a positive perspective towards the future of our main theme of today, community in the natural city? As if you would say, okay, let's boil it down into one perspective, how this perspective could look like.
Well, can we go back to the question that I guess was asked in the beginning, is what Jateen showed in India, is it transferable to any other cultures? What aspects of that model can be transferred and what can't?
Yeah.
And I was thinking that is about as simple and basic, as beautiful as it is, and the ingenuity that went into it. It has no apparent electrical systems embedded in the walls. It has no apparent HVAC systems. It's all passive. And so adapting to another climate. And then if you try to adapt it to the United States, are you going to be labeled as a socialist because of what you're trying to do? And are you, by using unskilled labor and training them, are you going to be accused of taking jobs away from other people that way? And I think, unfortunately, all those things are kind of true. And I wonder, what is it about letting people within a community take charge of their own community as far as shaping it? And I think, in my mind, everything just comes back to a progressive government, a progressive and enlightened government that's willing to support the collective nature of shelter and the building process that way. And how do we find that? I mentioned in my talk briefly how, that I'm a supporter of Biden, but I also think there's so many people in the United States, especially, have to cater to so many different subgroups, the oil industry, the battery industry, that everything's been offshored. How do we maintain jobs? And so how progressive can you be as a government official when there's so many groups you need to be propping up at the same time?
Okay. Yeah, please.
So in terms of big impressions, and first of all, I want to apologize for not being able to be present the whole time, Ulrich, but I've heard, I'd say most of the conversations and really, really enjoyed it. And, the big thing that I'm taking away is also thinking about the future of architecture, and the positive impression is how we need to evolve and what is the role of the trained architect, the trained designer, and what is durable and universal about architecture and urban planning that may include, using indigenous materials and indigenous building techniques. But then how is architecture and urbanism evolving? And again, coming from Louisiana and the greater New Orleans area, we're really looking at this through a lens of a disappearing landscape, disappearing cities. And we're not alone in the world in terms of climate change and the need to adapt to new climate scenarios, and really an ongoing state of crisis and disasters that are happening, and the scarcity that produces, and the results in financials, in budgets that cities have, that companies have, that are putting more and more constraints on how we build buildings, how we build cities. So how do we take what is durable and historic from what we know as architects and urban planners and bring it forward dynamically into new concepts of cities and architecture and community, and use our architect brains as this Renaissance mix of solutions and technologies and policy and government and all that. And what I have found in my own journey is that, and Ulrich, your colleague there touched on this in terms of bringing in government and technology and all these different folks, is that I become less of a building architect and more of a systems architect, where we need to be, what it means is I move away, Jateen to me is still sort of the classic architect and doing more management of the projects. But what it can mean is that you have to move away from a building architect and to a person that's a professional that knows what the emerging technology is, what the emerging financial solution is, what the emerging carbon offset systems are. And all of that becomes part of your architecture. And I would argue, biasly, like probably most of the people on the panel, that we are uniquely qualified to rationalize and combine those different disciplines into what is ultimately a solution set that needs to continue to evolve as the world evolves in these dynamic climate and financial and conflictual times that we find ourselves in. So these are interesting times, but they're complex times, and we in the design professions need to rise to those challenges.
Can I also say something maybe, politically incorrect, but we'll do it anyways, which is I think that we haven't evolved very far in openly discussing what is beautiful, what is spatially proportioned, why something that's shorter, taller, proportioned a certain way looks and feels better, whether that's public space, whether that's a building volume. It's as though both in schools, but in the field, we don't talk about the fact that scale is, and texture and material and light and all the things everyone here talked about is actually valuable, but actually there's a lot of work being produced that isn't any of those things. We don't criticize it. We don't actually, including by famous architects, which have been, could be mentioned, that we don't actually explain to anyone why actually certain historic buildings or spaces or certain generosity of space is actually required. Certain amount of nature has to happen, otherwise it doesn't feel good, like on a beach or in a garden and I'm really struck by we can talk about wanting more trees for kind of climate purposes, but the truth is and shade, but we actually want more trees, period. Like more trees, like a street that has 2 or 3 rows of trees feels a lot better than a street with like 2 rows of trees and the minimum. And we're in a culture of minimums, and we're paying a very high price for, I think, as architects, not actually making even rules up about what's required spatially to be worth building, you know?
No, it was a very good expression. We are living in a culture of minimums. That is, that's the point. No? Also to Hugo's point as regards beauty and architecture, and therefore I deliberately address this, also with this Renaissance, with this Alberti connotation, because this makes a space to a space. No? This feeling of a proportioned space adapted to human scale. Having a proportioned element, having 2 rows of trees instead of no trees or only 1 row, and so on and so on. So this makes it a difference. And how to achieve this in a culture of minimums. And the culture of minimums is a certain mindset maximizing profit. So I have to curb down the costs, of course, and in the end, I'm living in a culture of minimums.
So it's an international style leading
to
exactly.
a
post-World War II sense of austerity that the developers are very happy to jump on board because minimalism is less expensive. But then you have somebody like Robert Venturi who said less is a bore as opposed to less is more. So where did the notion of architectural embellishments and things that provide relief and shade that really define architecture? I believe me, I love minimalism in certain ways because of what it can do, but if it has been used to lowest common denominator for economic purposes, and that is really a shame, and it's gone that particular direction.
Yeah. Okay. Meant in a positive sense, are there any other concluding remarks from your side? It was a very, very good workshop for me, and we should continue this also as we started this with our symposium, to meet physically and continue with this theme. The theme is worth the effort. It is important. But for now, do you have any remarks you would say, okay, people, this is the essence, at least for me. This is the essence of the whole show today, of the whole workshop.
Optimism and collaboration. Jateen, you got to stay positive.
Okay.
I am positive. This is me being positive.
I really appreciated maybe my last words is a thank you to everyone, especially those of you who are, from China, from Portugal, from India, from just to have the global perspective I'm really grateful for. I learned a lot, and I'm actually feeling more optimistic than I have been in the last couple of weeks. So I want to really thank you. It was great.
Okay. Good.
Okay. We share the message of all, and we stay in the same way, optimistic. But to end our participation, I'm reinforced another time that the architecture had to be the response. The architecture had to be the response. And so, just to respond to Greg, when he say, I think he confused make architecture with project. Project or design are one thing. Make architecture is another thing. Make architecture is interdisciplinary. What the Greg is trying to say is that architecture have to work with a lot of people, a lot of disciplines, with the politicians. But this is architecture. This is what we make in our day, day after day. We work with engineers. We have to work with landscape architects. We have to work with the politicians. We have to work with the councils. We have to work with a lot of people. We not just design something. Architecture is an integrated process, and that's what we defend. If we make the honest architecture, it's the first step for everything gone enter in the right way. Instead, we're gonna pass our life discuss everything and not not reach nothing. But
right,
and it was a really pleasure to be with you and share a little these hours with the whole. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so many thanks to all. It was a really fruitful meeting, and as I mentioned, me at least, as I would like to continue this. We have the possibility for making workshops and symposia, even physical symposia, as we did it this year in our foundation's venue, to continue with this important theme. In any case, I will stay in contact with you also in this direction. It would be a pity if good ideas will emerge and then prickle away in the sand. Now this is. Many thanks for your participation. Many thanks.
Thank you, Ulrich. Thank you.
Thank you, Ulrich.
Okay. Goodbye. Tschüss. Warte mal, wie geht es aus?
Du kannst hier die Kamera und
die Kamera ja ausmachen. Rec, tschüss.
Ich denke mal.
Ja. Ich habe jetzt die Kamera ausgemacht.
Ja, vielleicht können wir ja noch ganz kurz mit